Sorry about that, my stomach seems genuinely upset with me, which is a little unfortunate. Right, so, I was going to make a character in advance, like the sort of reasonable human being that I would be, if I did that sort of thing. I didn't do that, so instead we'll do this live, and probably just do some basic minor shit. I do have a couple ideas in mind. We will definitely be rich, because it's the class that starts at level 1. We will start with Golden Seed, obviously, because you get an extra Estus Flask, which is handy. I do feel a little draconian. Let's be a little draconian, however, let's be young, very young. Make a green guy, no. Apparent age is at maximum already. I feel so soon. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna mess around with this. We can always change that later if we feel like actually putting in a bunch of effort into a character then. Kinda wish I opened with attention all gamers, what the bots? That would be pretty good. Yeah, you smote the horde of bots. It was very fast as well, I'm quite impressed. Tactical bin on man number 2 though, no unban. Yep, very good. Funnily enough, I don't have the DLC pose thingy, like the DLC mode. I don't know why, I did buy it like a little bit before. Even RL1 character can be, but I probably shouldn't be giving many abilities. But I probably shouldn't be giving them the many abilities. Oh, I got, Jesus Christ, my England reading capabilities just... sorry, that was a perfectly reasonable sentence, I just can't reach it, so my apologies. No, that's a fine sentence, I just can't reach it. It's just a slightly hard to read sentence and my brain isn't there. I wasn't lying when I said I'm covered in sweat, by the way. It's humidity is up way like of 90% or some shit, and it's very warm and I die. So yeah. Wish the boss lost a shot halfway through the messages as well. They might, you don't see them. Cubes boil in the air, yep, it is very ass. Right, you know what, since we're doing this somewhat holistically, let's quickly go and beat the tutorial, so you get the gesture. Oh man, my stomach is acting up again, I might have to take another bathroom break in a second. Fuck me. Let's see if we can get through here real quick. Steamed cube, no, we don't have that one. I want this menu, I don't think we need any blue juice right now. Alright, let's see if we can get through here before I have to take another break, goddammit. I was also, in addition to preparing a character, prepare a plan. Those tend to be pretty good for soul level 1 playthroughs. I had a plan for my Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 soul level 1 streams. But I can't help myself, I gotta pick up plans, sorry, even if I don't use them. I did have a plan for those, and I made it a lot better. Oh yeah, you're teaching me that, like, guard break is a thing. Why did I kill you? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I don't have much of a plan on those. I do have some general ideas. I mean, we're gonna do some of the basic shit that everyone does, which is, like, go to Farron Keep or whatever the fuck it's called, get the talisman that gives us 5 all stats, and all the relevant stats anyway. That's gonna be very handy. No brass shield, unlucky. I'm gonna try to get the crystal tier somewhat early. I'm expecting to use a straight sword with Bloody Slash pretty quickly. I need to go there anyway for the Golden Seed. Oops, that's not where you go. This is where you go. Aren't you the guy that has like 1,000,000 HP? Because you're the parry dummy, yeah. Sorry, I can't parry. Unfortunate. Imagine starting a Wretch and then the tutorial is like, hey, here's how you play the game, and you don't have anything to actually block with reasonably, you don't have anything to guard counter with reasonably, you don't have anything to parry with. Games just become immediately unplayable. Hello, friend. Well, you crumbled. That's probably gonna happen a lot. Speaking of, so that's the other strategy that I'm considering using long term. It's either gonna be a lot of bleed stuff, or it's gonna be like some very heavy stagger and like posture break stuff, because in the base game that's gonna hard carry, so doing like the club, or any version of club is probably gonna be good. There are a lot of weapons that we can use at level 1. Part of the reason is that we get a ring really early that gives us 5 all stats. Or, well, 5 of the physical stats, so like health, endurance, strength, dex. So we'll be at 15 base stats. And then there's the flask that we can use, the Wondrous Physic, which gives us 10 of a desired stat as well. So that will be 25 base stat, and with that we can pretty much use anything for boss fights. And pretty much anything is obviously an overstatement, but you know what I mean. It's not as limited. There are some good things that we can do early. Like there's a... I mean, it probably kind of just depends on which weapon type I really want to use. I always pick this up. I don't know why. I'm also going to try activating all the summoning pools, even though I don't really expect to do any co-op. But you never know. We'll probably do Various Questline as well, just so we have access to the thing. We also get, like, Rune Arc from it, so it's nice. And some other minor shit. I am very sorry, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again in a second. My stomach really is ill-pleased. Alright, well, stand right here so you guys get to enjoy the view. BRB. Alright, sorry about that again. Been streaming on and off for years now, and this is the first time I've actually been, like, impacted by stomach issues like this. Very ass. We are covered in blood, I'm sure Varia approves. Varia approves, whatever. Ice cream sounds good regardless of what shape, size, or form, honestly. I'm a big fan of ice cream. Very big fan of ice cream. Also very big, so it's always easy to be a big fan. Anyway, we're not killing this guy for now. I think I'll do the usual thing where I just beeline straight to the gate to get Torrent. Can pick up a rune over here, doesn't matter too much because we can't afford shit. Can we? Actually, we did the tutorial, so we have a couple runes. Might buy the crafting kit. I do think I should try to decide on weapons early. Which means I should probably actually strategize before next stream. Tell me about yourself.
Let's say you should buy us a crafting essential. The kit costs but the import.
Let's not sell our club, that'd be a bad idea. Alright, let's buy the crafting kit. Do I need any of these right now? Could grab a torch. Torch is nice. I mean, there's more stuff that I want later, but fuck it. It's not like maximum important. Milady, yeah, I would love to be using that one, but that's gonna be a while, if at all. Doing Redacted on level 1 is gonna be fun. Especially if we were to try doing it early. I did it, or I say I did it, I tried to do it on 38, not so long ago, as someone in chat will definitely remember. But yeah, that did not go so well. I ended up farming up a bit and making it a little easier, and I was also trying to do it in co-op, and even then we were, yeah, so this is not gonna be a thing we do early on level 1, so DLC is off limits. Which I think is good in a lot of ways, because it means that the people that don't want DLC spoilers get to just enjoy anyway, and hang out without fear of anything like that. There might be the odd mention of, like, an item or a mechanic from the DLC, but, like, I'll try to not spoil much of anything. Especially without, like, mentioning it first that I'll be talking about DLC stuff, so... Basically, no worries, DLC off limits for now. Can't believe that didn't even, like, guard break you, dickhead. That's a fully charged heavy. I'm doing this thing again where I'm being stupid. Doing this camp before getting the grace is something I tend to try to do, and then I just die, usually to, like, a dog getting pulled that I wasn't ready for. And especially since we're naked, it's gonna be a little extra dicey. Oi, come here, mate. I think I can kill this guy before the dog shows up, yep. Alright, come here, dog. And the 1 and the 2. And then we kill you. Oh my god, Souls dogs, impossible to defeat, they're so hard to fight, they're so cheaty, blah. Ooh, that didn't reach me then. Nice, with both of them, very good. Had to change target material there. Need to leave, that stabs me. Do a little bonking. Oh, I thought I could sprint behind that, my bad. Beat at Mount Gelmir and entered Volcano Manor, so pretty far from spoilers in general, very good. Oops. Yeah, I was mostly just thinking about us mentioning DLC stuff, like Willie already mentioning Melody. Or Melody. I can't decide whether I want to say Melody or Milady. Milady sounds a little too hereditary, but at the same time it is probably kind of what it is. But the I isn't, like, abbreviated, or not abbreviated, there's no, like, apostrophe there, so it should probably be pronounced properly. Well, anyway. How did you go to Volcano Manor, by the way? Since you said you got there, and there's multiple ways to go there. Just so I don't accidentally talk about a thing that wasn't the one you did. It's not a good running attack to use then. The club is weird because it has actually pretty good attack speed as long as I keep hitting shit. So like I can kinda spam it. It's also not too bad in terms of like posture damage. But the damage itself is pretty ass, at least for now. Probably just a heavy attack here. I should not attack that, that's dumb. I'm gonna keep getting myself, or keep talking myself off, because otherwise I think I might get one shot or one combo. I can't roll there, I'll be too far away. I can probably sprint it. I can even sprint that one, it's nice. Got an attack in here. Not here though. Good to know. Oh. They did try to make him a little bit, like, resistant to backstabs. Even though they're a spear and shield guy. But you can still sprint. Most people don't like to sprint up close and personal like that, which is a big mistake. Sprinting is really strong in these skins. Like, both as a defensive as well as an offensive tactic. How have we gotten 0 drops? I feel scammed. I want, like, this guy's entire armor set. And I do want a brass shield, even though I can't use it, just so I can say, oh look, I have a brass shield. Isn't that cool? Guys, I have the good shield, and I'm, like, not using it. How cool am I? Okay, whatever. Keep thinking he'll guard break there, but he won't. She went through the mountain. Mentioned I would have teleported us straight there if we had found her at the top. Very good. So you did the... Don't you have to kill the thing on top of the mountain that I'm not gonna mention by name? That one was one of the bosses that for some reason on my first playthrough I was stuck on for a while. And by stuck on, I mean like it took me like actually learning the fight in a couple of attempts. Oh my god, a smithing stone, let's go. Falling Star Beast, very good. Yeah, that one took me a while. I don't remember why specifically, but I remember struggling with that. It was one of the few, like, oh wow, this feels like an actual boss, sort of overworld bosses. Fuck it, let's use this. We have like 2 or some more enemies in the campus clear, so may as well drink up. You might notice that I like to do that a lot, and it'll be extra relevant on soul level 1 anyway, so it's a good habit to have for this. But I do tend to always like max out my HP. I don't like being on even a little bit damaged. Part of that is just like being slightly obsessive about it, like my health bar. Oh, I thought that was gonna be rightly timed. My bad. Correctly timed even. But like even just like having a tiny bit of health bar missing just annoys me. Like, it just, like, bothers me, of course, but, like, even on a more serious note, it's actually pretty helpful because we'll be using at least the defensive ring that is active while you're on full HP. So we do want to be on full HP and have that ring active so we don't get one shot. So when I first played this, I was like, oh, we can say no to Millennium. Is that your name? No, that's not your name, is it? Melano. There we go, not Melania. Not quite. I mean, I wouldn't mind Millennia hanging out. Anyway, I thought, like, we would just be like, oh, let's just say no to her, because we don't want to level. Yeah, that's not how this works, because you also don't get the horse, and, like, game becomes a little annoying if you don't have access to Melano. Right, so next let's go back and grab the Spirit Ashes. I'm not sure how I feel about Spirit Ashes. I'll start by not using them, but we might end up using them. Hello, love. Usually not much of a waifu enjoyer, but I do love running.
I doubt we How long will it be for the time?
His dialogue for saying I can't summon 3 times, awesome. I did not know that, that's pretty cool. While we're here, let's buy the other stuff that might be interesting from Kali. We could buy a shield just to have one. Sweet. Let's buy this and this. I don't know how much I'll be using ritual pots, to be honest, but fuck it, may as well. I do also want the crafting things eventually. I am tempted to kill the merchants, which is like sacrilege, too many. It feels really bad. If you guys have never done it, which I hope you haven't, because it feels awful. But if you guys have never done it, it has some tiny lore tidbits and some interesting reactions. Like, it's interesting to see how they react and what they have to say. It does make you feel like an absolute monster, rightly so, but it is ultimately a little convenient to just have all the merchants corralled into one place. So I might end up doing that, but I'm not sure yet. For now, we'll just, like, move on. Speaking of moving on, where do I want to go first? We might give that a try then, just so you've seen it and you don't have to commit the atrocities yourself. Wait. So basically what happens is, if you kill them, they drop their bell bearing, which basically is their shop inventory, and you can give it to the Twin Maiden Husks in Round Table Hold. Basically you can give it to the shop in Round Table Hold, and from there you can access their shop inventories without having to travel to each merchant's locations. Now, a lot of them are pretty close to Graces anyway, and loading times aren't that bad, and you do feel like a monster for killing them. So, it's not that good. I don't know why, but I've seen plenty of guides and shit recommend you do that. Like, you should kill them, because then you can put everything in the same shop. And it is a tiny benefit, but it is a very tiny benefit. That is very, very minor.
I'm search for my for the reason there is something.
Yeah, but like in most, I think unless you're actively gonna do shit like if you're not using bow and arrow very much, for example, you don't really need them all to be in one place. How much dex do I need for this? 10. So I need one more strength to use it. Huh? That's a shame. So I guess we're not doing that. Let's actually go upstairs here, grab the extra golden seed, talk to Roderica. That's so much actually closer to their graces than the round table shop, so for some specific often actually makes less convenient. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My brain is of the opinion that you either like commit to doing all of them and like getting all of them into the main shop, so you never have to worry about going anywhere, or you leave all of them alive because you're not a monster. So that's kind of how I function. Think they deserve to die. I've seen some shit. All right. Kill for a shorter shopping commute. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, so for me, I tend to not end up needing to buy all that much stuff, especially not repeat purchases. Again, if you're using a lot of arrows, you might benefit from that, so you have access to all of their little shops from base, but eh. If I take any more characters into New plus Kane to sell rune arcs, that's an interesting idea. First Stone Sword key, I'll try to keep track of that. We do need a couple of those eventually.
Did you know it's quite a you're heading to some tough but I don't have it's scary. I want to
it's scary, you know.
Can you take
Sure, I'll take Aurora, I think is her name.
it will. Tell them I love them fine again.
Also I'm gonna find a couple which said unlimited rune arcs on the shop. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that sort of stuff usually in these games. It makes sense in a way, because it's supposed to be a sort of rare item, but then again, it, like, having to farm it just gets in the way. It's not important enough to where I feel like, oh, if you cheat that in, you're, like, hacking, you're terrible, why would you circumvent this gameplay mechanic? But at the same time, farming them also doesn't feel like you're doing anything interesting or meaningful, so it feels kinda like a chore. In, like, a not great way, I don't know. Like, if you end up farming a rare drop from an enemy or something, that makes sense to me. It makes the drop feel a little more meaningful and interesting. But if you're farming, like, humanity in Dark Souls or whatever, that doesn't feel like it makes humanity more valuable or more interesting. It just means that you have a bunch of farming that you need to do for, like, no good reason. And absolutely, I would also generally do co-op to farm that sort of shit. So, like, it's not like super inaccessible or super annoying overall, but it just feels like an added chore if you were to actually try and use them. I think I want to grab the Strength Crystal tier before I go to War Master's Chakra. I don't remember where exactly everything is, but I have a vague idea of most locations. I also know there's a statue down there somewhere to the south, I think, which you can have... Oh no, is it on this plateau? I think it's one higher, actually. Anyway, there's a statue here somewhere that you can have the Giants break open for you, which has a bunch of smithing stones and stuff, which is nice. Wait, I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? Yes, no, yes, I'm already down here. Whoops, I need to be up there for the crystal tier. Yeah, I'm just like one layer too low. This game, particularly the summoning pool, makes that nice to do, and now you can choose which pools are active. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I agree. I tend to, like... I would like for one of my characters to have all or most of the summoning pools available, so I can just toggle them if I was to use them. But I tend to just, like, completely forget about them. A lot of the time, like, I'm just, oh, I enter a dungeon. Hey, let's do the dungeon. Okay, time to leave. So I end up not activating them, and then... I don't know. It's a little weird. But yeah, I do like the system. The system is neat. And especially being able to toggle them now is extra neat. Oops. I wandered off. Right, so somewhere up here and then to the right is the crystal strength tier. That over there is the path to Liurnia. That is just a dead guy. It was up here somewhere, I'm fairly confident. Can't open the map because we're in combat. I don't think it's that visible on the map anyway. But as long as I stay on this elevation level, I should be able to find it soon. Hello, bots. Hey, I bought a torch, I should probably use it. There are a couple locations that I broadly know where things, like where they are. I have a broad idea of where this fucking crystal tier is, but I don't remember exactly where this crystal tier is. I think it's like here, is what my instinct tells me. But then when I'm running around here, I tend to just miss the actual location. There's a couple ones that are like that. The Int crystal tier one in front of Volcano Manor, for example, as well. I tend to just like go there and be like, oh, the Int crystal tier is here, and then I look around for 5 minutes trying to find it even though I'm right there. It's not here, is it? Oops. God damn it, brain. Is it down there? Did we buy the monoculars? Don't quite see it. We were down on that level and we didn't find it, so it should probably be higher up here. I feel like it was up here though. Why did I think that? Air of Lingrave always confuses me. Yes, it's over there. I just got it from my character a little bit ago. Very good, thank you. Yeah, I have a broad route that I can take for this area and how to get through here while grabbing most of the relevant stuff, but then actually doing it and putting it together is a little spotty. It's right here. I was so close to it. Unlucky. Thank you very much. Let's go grab the Grace and then we can try to do the invasion. I feel like I'm a little weak for that guy right now, but we'll see. Let's get rid of this, put on the... nope, not this, I want the torch. Rune. That might be our first death actually, if I can activate the Grace in time and like rest on it in time. Guess that is a lot of dogs. Nope, you're fine. Oh, this might still be our first death, depending... Nope, we're lucky, okay. So there's an invasion here, which is really annoying. I don't know what they were thinking. Sure, my faith is very firm, as is the rest of my body, wink wink. There's an invasion here at night,
find that fella.
It's a royal pain in the ass. The rewards aren't great. I do want to do it eventually, but we are going to absolutely get our shit stomped. And the worst part is that triggering it is really bad. Here, let me show you. So what we do is we quit out, and then we reload in the shack, which seems to be the most consistent way of actually triggering the thing. I haven't found a more consistent way of doing it. It's only active at night, and you need to be not by the grace, but like in the area where the like title of it pops up. Okay, we were not in the right spot. Or it doesn't trigger just yet. It is definitely nighttime. Let's try here. But yeah, so the reason I'm upset isn't because it's awkward to trigger, which is also a little annoying, but the reason I'm upset is that this fucker is incredibly strong. Especially for how early in the game this is. Yeah, they're super weird, the bell-bearing hunters, or whatever the fuck they're called. I don't know why they're like this. Nope, still didn't find it. Yeah, this says Stormhill. We need to be in the area where it says War Master's Shack, according to the wiki, which may as well believe the wiki in that regard. They would never lie to me. So let's see. Let's try being over here, maybe. But yeah, so the guy that we get invaded by is basically a medium to proper boss later in the game. Yeah, that is probably it. I do find it weird that they replace NPCs as well, because it makes you think that maybe it's connected to the actual NPC. Like, oh, maybe it's Bernal because he disappears and then instead it's this guy, but it's not him. It's got nothing to do with the guy, and it's got nothing to do with the NPCs in the other locations either, from my knowledge. It's just like, oh, the guy shows up and then the NPC isn't there, so things don't get too messy. If it doesn't spawn right now, I'll just stop trying. Because I'll just die. Okay, never mind. But yeah, so if you do that, beware that you're gonna summon a very, very nasty boss, basically. Wait there, also they're out for midnight shopping. Yep. It is very strange. Also don't mind the flying dogs, it's normal. Anyway, speaking of NPCs, let's see if I can try to deal with this guy. I do have a shield. I don't have a shield. I probably wouldn't be parrying anyway without a skill on it. Oh, I died. Okay. And by I died, I mean I got hit unnecessarily, which is basically death. Tempted to drink because he might one-shot me. Oh, fuck. That was the fastest attack, yes, pretty much. So, I don't know how to feel about the club. I said this earlier. The attack speed is actually pretty fast. The reach is, like, okay adjacent. Oh boy. And it has comparatively pretty good posture damage, but it feels a little limp. And you might be like, well, Cube, it's because you're, like, on base level strength and it's an unupgraded club. True, but even if you do give it a little bit of love, it still doesn't really hit that hard. It also doesn't help— oh wow, that still touched me, crazy. It also doesn't help that I don't love the, like, this mechanic. Like the war cry to buff your charged heavy attacks, because when do you have the time to do these without, like— I died. Yep, see, like, even if I poise through this guy's attack, he will probably just do something to kill me. And in general, hit trading isn't a very good idea, so I feel like a lot of the time when you get, like, when you get a skill like that, where it improves your poise and it's meant for you to just hold down the button to charge an attack and do damage, you're gonna be trading more often than not, which is a bad idea, so I don't know, I don't like doing this, and I don't like using them. Which is a shame, because the concept of, like, you trigger a buff and then for a while your R2s are different, and you have, like, fancy charged attacks and shit like that. That seems really cool to me, but using it is something I really struggle to do. That being said, I'm also a very basic bitch when it comes to this game, and still mostly like to play with just, like, dodges and R1s, as you might have seen if you watched me play the DLC. So I'm definitely also bad at using them, but I find them really hard to use as well, so it goes hand in hand. I timed that horribly, that was bad. Okay, whatever. At least we're super light rolling, so we build very large amounts of distance. Okay, bait the attacks, can't punish. Gotta stay away from that. He will poise through everything I do. Ooh. Oh, he plays through it. Unlucky. So if he is two-handed and does an R2, that will place through my light attacks. Good to know. I should just always open with jumping attacks on. I don't think he has a normal attack that places through the jumping attack, and if he does this, then I have time to roll out. That was lucky. I immediately go against my plan. Oops, that was an execution error. Look at sprinting being OP again. Ooh. I roll caught him there, that's crazy. Alright. We get the PvP shit, which we're not going to be using. Hammer Talisman is alright. Gives us extra shield break damage. Like if we hit an enemy's shield, they will take more like stamina damage effectively. Which is nice, but not great. Is this the area that has the thing? Yeah, one of the most important talismans, in my opinion, is over here. Just lying around. Is it this corpse? No. Oh, is it a little bit further? I think it might be the next plateau. It might be over here instead, actually. But yeah, there's a talisman around here somewhere that I really want. Yeah, that looks like the area. Alright, can we go down here somewhere? Looks a little dicey. I don't want to go too far off. Actually, there might be an NPC that drops something here. Yeah, here's the horse guy. Horse guy drops... Is it a prayer book, maybe? Oh, he drops Golden Vow skill, I think. Asha Form. Man hides in the trees where it's safe. He held out for a while. Oh, that knocked him out of the flattened state. That's unfortunate because I would have gotten a crit. Ooh, nice swipe follow-up. I tried to stagger him with 2 R1s there, but... Ooh, he did! He turned so far and he did the slow pokes. I'm okay. I should have played that more safe. I was being a little aggressive there. Well, that means we can follow the path from here instead. Yeah, let's just go up there, grab our souls, and finish him off. I was tempted to just leave him be, because I don't think I'll be using his thing that he drops. Although, actually, I mean, on a level 1 playthrough, he might end up using that. So, if I remember correctly, he drops a skill we can put on our weapon that will be something we can use to buff ourselves temporarily with offense and defense. Called Golden Vow. And that might be something we just pop every now and then for stronger fights. There, it's the thing he's using there as well. Oop. Nice. We caught him at about time. Oh, I tried to stay on the right side. I'm surprised I lived. I was very greedy. Doubles up. Go through his charged attack. Stay on the right side this time. There we go. I made him stand up again and oh, he did not stagger from 3 hits in a row. Damn. And a bonk. Bang. As a 4, Golden Vow. There it is. So we might end up doing a thing where we put this onto a weapon that we're not actually using very much, just on like the 2nd or 3rd weapon slot, and then switch to that whenever we need to. I should have jumped. I was being lazy. Can we get there in time before you poof? Oh, he moved so far. No. I'm okay. Do you respawn them if you do this in this game? I don't remember. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is probably just put that onto something easy, or easy, yes, something light like a dagger, and put that onto the 2nd, 3rd, whatever offhand weapon slot, and then we might just like equip it briefly to use the buff and then play the video game. I think the weapon skill version of it isn't very strong. There's also like an incantation, like a faith miracle type thing that does it, and I think that might be stronger, or at least it feels stronger subjectively, but I don't actually know the numbers. There you go. Somber one. I don't know, I'll reload for a somber one, that's fine. I think we jump onto this roof for easiest access. So there's a camp here. If we go up, is it this one or is it the other one where... No, it's not this one. There's a camp not far from here where on one of these buildings there's a mage that drops the first spell book. Let's just start killing this one on. I'm gonna try not to just run through a lot of the stuff. I find it... Oops, holy dude. I find it very tempting in runs like this, where you're doing like a level 1 or a challenge or something, to not do all the content and just kind of like, oh wow, I got mega shit on. Goddamn. That was a perfect combination. That's all my fault too, I was being greedy. But yeah, I tend to, in a run like this, not clear much of the game and tend to just beeline from hotspot to hotspot and just try to get through it really quick. But first of all, Elden Ring is too big for that anyway, so there's no getting through it real quick, regardless. And also, I feel like it's sometimes a little more fun to actually play it out a little bit more. I know some people weren't super happy when I was running through a lot of the stuff in Dark Souls 2 and especially Dark Souls 3. But, I don't know. Yeah, I messed up completely. Horrible stamina management. Never punished them. Ow. It's plus 11.5, 7.5 versus 15.10. That's right. Is the duration the same? Because that's actually a little bit more interesting, I think. Oh yeah, right, there's these noise traps, so you can't sneak in. Bit of an odd location, but... Oh, you pulled all the way from there, never mind. That's kinda interesting. I didn't know. Fuck it, let's send it. Good, posture damage, very nice. I did it again, I shouldn't have. I couldn't help myself, I was having fun, I'm sorry. I see. Yeah, that makes it a little less fun to use, but I mean, on an Ash of War it basically doesn't have requirements, so... I can see it. Hello buddy, don't mind me. Let me grab the booty. Oh, we're in thingy, so we get the fancy heavy attack. Does that have a follow-up? It feels like it should have a follow-up. Oh, we're running out of buff, but it works out anyway. I think the great EP is in here, which should be to Fish's taste, because it sounded like he is also a great EP. That's Exalted Flash. Is it? Yeah, I think it's in the chest maybe. Oh, I am dead. Ooh, never mind, I got lucky. I didn't realize that I needed to pay attention to the dogs. I was like, yeah, I'm fine. And then it turns out I was actually pretty low HP, but I got lucky. There's a dog here that for some reason is just built different and has Giga HP. Fuck, I was wrong. This is the Beast Crest Heater Shield. This is not the great EP. The other camp has the great EP. Never mind. I might also be a little EP. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, we got a tabard. And a hat! I can't wear this hat. An ambush! Yeah, this is a Herald hat. I can't wear this, I'm sorry. That fashion is taken. Ooh, boy. Well then, dog. Okay. I don't feel comfortable jumping into its attacks down there, so how about you jump up and then I punish you for it. Thank you. That wasn't the last guy in the camp because we still didn't get extra healing. Anyway, we can't use this hat because that's Herald fashion. We might put this on just for the sake of having some sort of armor. We are still light rolling, right? Where look, where thingy. I pressed the wrong button, light load, there it is. Yeah. Good. Probably doesn't matter too much actually, but whatever. Thought there was a hand for a moment there. That would be so weird, a hand in this game. So there must be at least one more guy. Because we didn't get our Estus yet. From having cleared the camp. Where is Guy? Are you Guy? No, you're a rabbit. The one out here? No, that's where we came in. Surely I get Estus back for clearing this camp. Surely there's just a guy. Uh-huh. There we go. Thank you. Right, so that guy points us to a catacomb that is here-ish. We will pass it as we go north and grab the talisman that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, may as well grab it now. I was gonna grab it on the way back for some reason, but it really doesn't matter too much. We could try doing this. This has a Black Knife Assassin, if I recall correctly. It's the one that has the Crimson Dagger talisman, which is cool. But I do feel a little weak. That being said, I don't think we're gonna get that much stronger anytime super soon. Oops, what am I doing? This is no place for a horse. It's a reference. Hope someone gets that, because that game's pretty cool. We'll go grab this talisman, and then we might go do the Tibia... No, let's go and talk to Alexander, and then we'll do Tibia Marino. So over here, on this golem corpse thingy, is the Lance Talisman, which is, in my opinion, one of the more important talismans to have in the game. Because I, at least, end up fighting a lot of shit on horseback, and this just increases your horseback damage, which is nice. If we go south from here, on the other side of the ravine, we find Alexander stuck on the dirt, so we can bop him out of that. And have a little chat. Don't remember what we get for doing that. You don't need to do this first step, but I do think it's a fun one. So we might go for it. But yeah, I think afterwards we'll try to go to the Tibia Mariner. And then do the little dialogue with D. Even as racist as foreign. Can you hear me? It's not what I was referencing, but it is still pretty good. Oh wait, I should probably talk to him first before I just beat his ass in. Hello. Don't dally, give it your all. I will give it my all, thank you.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well,
Exalted Flash, very good. Fine thing to have. Oh boy, a DK raid, a second set of raiders in one stream. Hello everyone. You've gone down. The locked eye in my eye, oy. How's the new outcast been treating you? It looked alright from the brief bit that I was watching. What was it, like 2 days ago? Seems like it was alright. Using like Zord on the game. I try my best. New slate has grown on me, very nice. That was probably one of the bigger worries, that new protagonist doesn't have the charisma of the old one. Right, Aquario, hello, hello. Yeah, I'll probably not play it myself, but I'm glad it's good. Let's buy the cookbook and this. May as well spend the rest of the money on this since we're not using it for anything else. Same guy, and there voiced him. Yeah, I know. But like the voice makes a lot of like is a pretty major factor for how the character comes across and what kind of guy he ends up being. So this is the peasant roleplay. No, it is we just started naked in some sort of tomb and this is the first set of clothing I found. I'm Young Cube. Anyway, D tells us not to go fight the undead over in the village. I scratch my ass and look for my horse, then I find it on second attempt, very good. New man roleplay, indeed, yeah. We're very new to this world. Young, one might even say. I'm very young, I promise. But yeah, so we go over here, there's a little watery region, and we get a mariner. Some undweight dude with a horn, who like blows his horn and summons skeletons, pretty much. It's a bit ass. I instinctively toggle over to the level up menu. I hope I don't accidentally end up spending a level on this level 1 playthrough. I hope I can quell this muscle memory. That would be very handy. Yeah, we Babian already. Seems like the man has seen some shit and experienced some shit. Alright, anyway, so we beat this grandpa with our club while he's just honking his horn. Then we wait for stamina, and then we continue. Now he's doing some shit, so we step away for a second. And he bends his own Skirly Boys, and then we finish them off, since Skirly Boys come back to life if you don't finish them off. Or back to unlife, I should say. And then he just like keeps paddling around being useless. So we, with a lot of attacks, waste most of our stamina, and then we go back in and do more of this. We keep slapping Grandpa with the club. Well, he has a tibia, and he is on a boat. That is what that instrument is called, then. Okay, so he teleported, he's still somewhere around here. Should be pretty rough. So as I promised that got the team back together, so and yes, and they're one of the most memorable assets for some of us. Yeah. That is a pity. Wait, that did no damage. That did literally 1 point of damage to me, Sig. Thank you again. I appreciate that sort of generosity. Tibia Shinbones? I thought tibia was also a Roman instrument, like a horn sort of thingy. I had that in a crosswords not so long ago. Maybe it's just like maybe it's a similar word that I'm getting mixed up. Anyway, so we got him. And the guy that warned us a second ago appears right by this tree, so we ended in the perfect spot. And he's like, oh boy, you actually don't listen to shit. Wow, you're crazy for taking on all these undweights. And I'm like, yeah. And he says, hey, how about you go kill more undweights for me? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And he marks my map with a teleporter, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go check that out at some point. Which will be sooner rather than later, funnily enough, because we have a plan. I have a plan. Does he have a... what about SDS? I am blanking, sorry. I don't know what you're referencing with SDS. Controls are their consolidated against pretty generous with us, so it didn't fuck me yet. Very good. How would you like to picture the same as swap weapon? It's funny you say that. So in this game, if you want to two-hand your weapon, you hold... so like the pick up button is triangle on a controller. If you hold triangle and use one of the 4 directions, you have a quick slot. So for example, I have my Oogle glasses here. If I hold triangle and press the attack button, I one-hand or two-hand my weapon. Now, those are thankfully all distinct enough actions that doesn't actually overlap, but it is funny that you should mention that when the game also multi-purposes its use button that we're currently playing. But yeah, I get what you mean, and I usually am not a fan, so I would be well pleased. It's just fucking tap, yeah. I figured that's what you're going for. Don't worry about it. I never worry. Especially not after being told not to worry about it. Are you killing the you absolute monster. What a guy. Miss swap gun, you should. Unfortunate. So we get the green turtle talisman, which is the first one we're actually equipping. It's very nice. I should have equipped the lance talisman. That gives us a bit of extra damage while on horseback, and we just beat an entire boss to death while on horseback. Oops, as they say. Anyway. The turtle talisman gives us stamina recovery, like regeneration speed, and it is very handy. Since you need stamina for everything, always. Can never have enough stamina. Do we wanna go get killed by a naked lady with a giant sword? Yeah, sure, let's do that. I'll probably die a couple times here. We'll see how it goes. I might do the Bango way, sneak in and grab the Grace before we actually fight her. If I can find the right path, pretty much. Guess just flat ways from a steep angle. This should be fun. It's Needle Bango. Yeah, man was very sneaky. I really hope. Like, so one of the... Melona, fuck off. This counts as a different region already, I say. No, let's not do that right now. I wanna finish this first. No, thank you, not now. So whenever you rest at one of the graces, one of the bonfires of this game, you can level up just right there, and it's right under the main button. So one of the things I've always done to save my money, basically, for in case I die, is to just like, hey, let me sit down and quickly spend my souls before I continue. This is a level 1 run. I don't want to do that. If I ever do that, my run is over. Because, yeah, kind of the entire point is not doing that. So I hope I don't autopilot muscle memory do that and then go, oh, let me just quickly put some points into HP or whatever. And then go, oh shit, my, 15-hour run of this game is now invalid. Unlucky. Hey, would you like to show up maybe? There you go, thank you. Key 1 and DK directly translated. Neat. Oh yeah, it's key leg, I think, in German, unless you're talking about a different thing that I'm talking about. Oh yeah, she's naked in this game, I talked shit, my bad. Ow. Okay, she fucked up. I need to actually full heal here because she does so much damage. Nice bait on the not actually jump attack. That one-shot me and caught me. That roll caught me on a light roll, that's crazy, I should roll forward there. Unlucky. So we are not just under-leveled, which will be for the entire game, but also a little under-equipped for this place. This is sort of the border to another area. Like over this way, you can see how the area starts looking a little different. We're right on the border, pretty much. And I think this character is placed here because the church is a bit of a hotspot as you come across this like border and you go up the hill. You might be like, oh, let's check out the church. Churches are usually pretty good. And at least in the game. And the effect is probably that this NPC shows up and is like, hey, let me show you that you're not ready for this area. So she feels like a little bit of a, hey, do you think you're prepared for the new area sort of check. And I am not really, stats-wise, or equipment-wise, but I'm a dumbass, so I'll try killing her anyway. I think we can do it, just needs to be a little bit more finessed. Oh, we hit her while she was jumping, so she fell on the ground. It happened again, let's go. Oh boy. That was a good attempt at a roll catch. Oops, my bad. Area is totally okay there. Funny you should say that, because that's where we're going. Not sure if I should take the Brazil chest, or if I just ride from here, or if we take the teleporter. We have 3 ways to go there that are all fairly reasonable. Okay, I need to stop getting it so much. Oh, she fully charged that. I almost walked back into them. Bisected, if you will. Yeah, it does look like the sort of weapon that will do that to them. So the reason I thought she was gonna be a naked lady with a giant sword is that, like, if you've played the other Souls games, especially Dark Souls 1, you might be familiar with Man-Eater Mildred, the naked lady in the swamp with a bag on her head and the giant butcher knife as a weapon. And I think this is Elden Ring's version of her, so I thought she was also naked. I didn't really ever realize that she had a dress on. Nice, good spacing, we got her, easy. Let me land. So she drops the Sacred Scorpion Charm. There are a bunch of these Scorpion Charms for basically all damage types except for physical. So there's one for fire, one for sacred, one for lightning, and that sort of shit. And sure, let's go to Round Table Hold, so Melona is happy. And what they do is they increase your damage of that type, but they make you more vulnerable to damage in general while you wear them. So you can, if you're planning to use a lot of holy damage, for example, you can equip the Sacred Scorpion Charm and do more damage, but also receive more damage in the process. It's actually not so bad. I don't use them very much usually. We'll see if it ends up happening this playthrough. So this is Round Table Hold. It's kind of the hub of the game. You get there after either fighting the first main boss for the first time, or going into a different region for the first time. Or I think there's a third condition that I don't remember right now. We have a bunch of people to talk to here. This is our prayer guy who will sell us the most basic prayers in the game, like miracles, incantations. This is the guy that hunts Undwade. He pissed off over here once we were done with the Tibia Marina. This is a guy who's looking for his childhood friend. He has a quest line in which he repeats the words, the legacy of the house low is written in blood or something like that, roughly 400 times, so you might end up hearing that a lot, although I'll be skipping the dialogue, sorry. Sorry if you're looking forward to hearing that 400 times. Here's a guy that is just like standing there menacingly and looks at us like, huh, what are you doing? And we're like, oh, that looks super cool, let's learn this as well, I suppose. Here's our merchant, she sells shit. She's probably dead, or at least some sort of husk, as the game calls it. Do I want a stone sword key? Sure, let's grab a stone sword key. We'll be here a lot. This door isn't open yet, there's another door that isn't open yet. We can jump down from this balcony that we were at earlier, there's an NPC that we can fight, I don't want to do that right now, it doesn't really give us anything. Here's our blacksmith.
You're no match loud, you're
Hello. Hey, why are you a prisoner? Don't worry. Wait, you're a prisoner though, but don't worry about it. I smooth, says the man. Here, I summed up that shortcut? Yes, that dialogue for you. Do we have any skill that I actually want to use? Let's try the, oh, that will... No, we can put it back to standard, that's fine, right? Yeah. Sure, let's try the Storm Stomp. I think Storm Stomp is actually pretty good, and I'd never use it. Over here is a weird lady, she likes to hold dead people or whatever. She's the deathbed companion, as she calls herself. We're gonna do this to progress our questline. We need to do this twice, so we can talk to her in secret. Anyway, this will... Her cloth physics are being weird there. This will help us unlock one of the possible endings, and if you don't do this, you actually lock yourself out of a boss fight, like a major one as well. I didn't find this in my first playthrough because I hugged her and I was like, huh, that was weird. We get an item, we use the item because otherwise it costs us health, which is weird. And I was like, oh, that sounds weird, let's not do that. And then she apparently she eventually vanishes, and you lock yourself out of the road, I think. Maybe? I don't quite remember how it went for me, but I didn't find this boss and this path on my first playthrough. So it's kind of stuck in my memory and now I always do it as one of the first things. So we talk in secret, she tells us about herself, and she asks us to find... basically she's working for the Undwades. She's like, hey, these guys are actually not so bad, let's make a world where being Undwade isn't, like, frowned upon. We deserve rights too, and I'm probably gonna be like, nah, by the end of the game, but for now we'll be like, yeah, sure, hug me. And there's gonna be a couple more interactions with her. So this is what we get, this is a Baldachin's Blessing. When we hug her. This thing temporarily, it says used to temporarily boost poise. Apparently it also boosts your damage resistance and shit by a lot, briefly. You can see how we're glowing. But while we have this, it also costs us a little bit of health, so our max HP is lower while we have this item in the inventory. So most people, after talking to her, just immediately pop it and get rid of it. There's some stuff we can unlock down there, that's just items that we don't need right now. There's some decent stuff in there, but I don't think we'll be using any of that, and we literally can't right now, so... I think that's it for our first visit over here. Let us go back to Gatefront and head east from here. Wait, what? I never knew about this dialogue. Yeah, so if you don't hug her twice in a row, or maybe just twice total, but on first hug, you don't get the dialogue. You need to actually hug her again, which I think is weird, personally. I don't know why they did that. Like, not that hugging a person is weird, but like... The whole, hey, you have to hug her twice, you wouldn't talk to her in secret immediately. It soft makes sense, I suppose, by saying like, oh, she wants to know that you're committed to the cause, or that you're like, actually, like you grow closer to her by doing it twice rather than just once or whatever. Because she is kind of confiding in you, so it would be weird, I guess, if she just like, oh, new person, let me hug you and tell me about the secret, or tell you about my secrets. But it still feels pretty arbitrary to me. Anyway, here's a guy. Do you call me Cully? He's a tree right now. We'll miss him, and then we'll bonk him. So someone nasty turned him into a tree as some sort of punishment. He's called Bok. He's a bit of a... Like, he's not very happy. He's a bit of a... He's in a bit of a rough spot in his life, let's say. so he's not very happy. He had a sewing kit or whatever, or all his belongings got stolen, and we can find him in a place later, not much later, pretty soon actually, and we can help him get his shit back together pretty much, which is nice. You see this place get buffed and oh, I need to kill this beetle, I think. I think this is a weapon art, like an Ash of War. Yep, determination. Probably not using that, but still nice. Smithing stone, I remember that. There's another one on a chair to the right here, if memory serves. Here we go. Which direction do I do? Let's go north first. I go buffed at some point because it was basically useless for the vigor cost. Yeah, it seemed entirely pointless when I first picked it up. Never updated the description. She wants to know you're committed hugger, yeah. We hug the undead. We don't just kill them, we also hug them, which is probably sending mixed messages, but I guess she's into that. It's intended to a thing for repeat visits over the course of the game, but we're gamers, so fuck that. Yeah, I mean... I'm gonna be a bit of a dicker and say, if they made the animation a bit faster, I think many more people would probably find it. Because, like, if you make me go through all this animation for a tiny tidbit of dialogue and a useless item, then I talk to her again and she is once again like, oh, do you want me to hug you again? Then I will say no, because I don't have the patience to sit through all that again. Fuck that. I'm like, it looks like I'm just gonna get more of the item, so I'm not doing that right now. Compared to, like, Yosefka, for example, where, like, you can turn shit in multiple times, I'm not against doing that. I would do that even without knowing what the fuck's going on. But, like, here it's like, hey, do you want to do the thing? The thing takes a while. Let's maybe not do that. Grant me succor. Anyway, so there's a guy up on the building. He's, like, yammering about, like, help plus help, someone help me plus. I don't know why he thinks he needs rescuing. He could literally just walk away. I guess the implication is that this card is relevant to him, but it's kinda not. There's nothing of value on here. So he just feels threatened by all these demi-humans, which is what they're called. So we are down here abusing horse combat to kill them pretty easily. As long as you don't get stuck in the middle of them, you're generally gonna be fine in most situations with horse combat. Actually, let's switch over to the horse damage. The talisman that gives us more horse damage. Hey, look at that, now we two-shot them rather than two-shot. I got knocked off my horse, unlucky, please don't kill me. Almost perfectly comboed, unlucky. Or, well, lucky I guess that we didn't die. Bonk. Fucking Ken players, man. Oh, there's like 3 demi-humans downstairs, help! Ryu, help, please. Anyway. So that's the slot done. Attention, all tarnished. The great Kenneth Height needs your help, indeed. Hey, we got a falchion.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested?
Yes, buddy, shut the fuck up.
And celebrated repudiator.
Yes. Shut up. Didn't realize how long I was supposed to know the second half of this. Yeah, see, that's the sort of thing that you would try in a Souls game, because people do tend to change their dialogue the second time you talk to them. But even the people that would normally test for that and try that are not gonna do that as willingly if you attach a long animation to it. Like, I tend to talk to people until I've heard repeat dialogue at least twice on the first playthrough. But if you attach a long-ass animation to that, I will probably not do that, unless I have a really good reason to do it. If she gave you something really good, and I want 2 of it, then yeah, sure, maybe. But she literally, even if the item itself was good, she literally can't give you a second one until you've used the first one. So it's just kind of the worst of both worlds. Anyway, this item is always a little awkward to get, because you have to actually jump up here, I think. Fervor's cookbook, I don't remember what that is. Is that the holy water thingies? No, I think that's on a different cookbook that we already saw. Flashbacks to Night of the Old Republic, building a check for a new party that was traveling to another planet so you could exhaust the entire quest line after the prologue is done. Unfortunate. I do always want to go and actually play those games. I've played the first one a tiny bit, but not very far. I hear very good things about them though. This was just the healing thingy, right? Yeah, this looks like a healing thing. Let's bonk it anyway. Right, so over here, past this giant that we're gonna be sneakily running by, is a church, and this church is very good. Very nice church to find. Would recommend coming here early in your playthrough. This is the third church of Marika. We'll find a couple of these. Not specifically the third church, but like a couple of churches of Marika. Not all of them are the third. And they, like all of these churches, I think without exception, contain one of the items that upgrades your healing from your Estus Flask, or like the potency of your Estus Flask in general, also the mana one. So you wanna like find churches and plunder them. And in all of these churches of Marika, Melina has something to say. She'll channel the words of Queen Marika, this lady over here. And here's our Sacred Tear, which is our flask upgrade material. In this one, though, we also get something very fancy, which is the Wondrous Flask of Physics, which is this one. The Wondrous Flask of Physics is a flask where you can mix and match certain items that you find to give you a buff flask of sorts, or like a one-time use sort of flask, basically. So this is the Flask of Wondrous Physic. In there we have a Crimson Crystal tier, which restores half of our HP, and the Strength Knot Crystal tier, which gives us temporarily 10 points of strength. And I think the temporarily thing is like 3 minutes. 5 minutes, maybe? The buff lasts quite a while, pretty much, is what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of these tiers that you can put in here. So what you do is, like, you at some point just drink the flask, and then you have a buff for a while. Why did that improve my... Oh, strength does improve robustness, doesn't it? Huh. But yeah, so you just have this flask and you can use it once, and then it needs to be recharged by resting at a grace. And most people use it to buff for boss fights and that sort of shit. There are a couple of neat things you can put in there. There's some crazy shit that you can put in there. There's, for example, one that makes you explode, which is a thing you can choose to do if you want to, I suppose. You can even mix 2 of them to make the explosion stronger, which is a thing you can do if you want to. There is a shortcut that I know that uses that explosion, where you jump off a bridge, you explode in the air, which launches you forwards onto a pillar that you can otherwise not access, or at least not easily access. That's probably the only use case of that flask, that I know of anyway. But yeah, so that exists. There's a lot of stuff that buffs you in some way, like various elemental damage buffs, stamina buffs, healing buffs, a lot of buffs, basically. It's a very nice mechanic. So there's a big rune bear over here. Rune bears are gonna be a pain, especially on level 1, I assume. There's one right here. That one has a cookbook next to it, so we want to grab that. Very good. We have the map for this area as well now. These fuckers are very, very annoying to fight. However, I don't think they can follow me in here, so we'll go down here real quick and activate a grace down here so we can come back here later. Kodora's not aged well gameplay-wise, it's a great weapon. Yeah, I didn't hate the combat. I think I might have just not, like, super understood it immediately. I did that thing that I sometimes do with RPGs where I start the game and I'm like 30 minutes in or something, or an hour in, and I'm like, oh, I want to make a different character. Like, I don't like what I chose. Let me make a new character. And then I do that again, and then I do that again, and then I do that again, and then eventually I'm just like, yeah, okay, one of these days I have the character that I want, and then I'll just play the game, and that just never comes, so I don't continue. I think I did end up actually playing a couple hours of it, but I don't think I ended up going very far. Anyway, so this goes down into the underground, because of course Elden Ring has a ginormous underground area as well. Haha. This is a great moment on your first playthrough. You hopefully didn't find it here. I think the other elevator is a little bit more impressive. There's another elevator. But yeah, this is still a pretty good starting point for you to go like, holy shit, I thought we've already seen so much of the map, and here's another entire floor. This is not just a dungeon, this is an entire area with shit attached to it, so there are a lot of things to do here, and a lot of things to see. I don't think I need to or want to do anything here right now. Is there anything I want to pick up early while being here? Probably not. So we just activated the grace, so we can teleport here anytime we want. And we either take the elevator all the way back up, or we go back to the bonfire. Let's just go to the grace and go from here. That's probably faster than taking the elevator all the way back up. There are a couple hotspots where I want to be in this little forest section. And where I want to be means I want to quickly discover them. There's one where there's going to be a howling wolf dude, which will trigger some dialogue with a merchant in a different place, which makes perfect sense, I promise. I think that is a very reasonable thing for the game to do. So we'll do that for the few people in here that probably haven't seen that interaction. There's probably someone. What else? I think there's some... No, wait, the Spirit Ash is elsewhere. There's another falchion. Huh. What is up here? There's a little crypt grave thingy over here. I remember there being some sort of an item. Sacrificial Twig, those are nice to have. Don't think there's anything else up here. We just heard some howling if you were paying attention, but that's probably not enough to trigger the thing, so we'll go there and actually check it out. Hearing the howling triggers the dialogue. Yeah, but you need to go back to the guy to have the dialogue. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to say. Like, you go here and you're like, huh, there's something howling here, and you might even be able to tell that there's a guy up there. Look at him, he's hanging out and he's howling. But we can't interact with him yet. We need to go back to the first merchant that we found. And that guy, for some reason, will be able to tell us, hey, you need to do this gesture to talk to this wolf guy. Which I think in context makes sense. I think that... Mate. Anyway, I think in context that makes sense in the way that, like, they are mates. So they would know about each other, or like the merchant would know how to... like, get his buddy to snap out of the howling thing. You alright there, bro? Well done. But my complaint is more that it's a bit of a stretch to be in this part of the map, hear howling, and then come back to Kale and be like, hey, person that has no direct relationship to this location to my knowledge, I have heard some weird howling. Surely you know all the things that I need to do to interact with this howling. So that's the part that's confusing me a little bit, and I think many others. It is a little obtuse in my opinion. We get the Axe Talisman here. This one is alright as well. It increases charged attack damage, which is handy. So this bear stays mostly asleep until you either like touch him like that, or you pick up one of the Trina's lilies, which are sleeping herbs basically. So if you pick up his sleeping herbs, he gets upset, which is probably fair. I think... What else is there in this little area? There's a merchant over here that we can check. We don't have that much money, but we might have some souls to sell. Oh yeah, we picked up a bunch, so we definitely have a bit of money. Oh yeah, there's also a minor archery where we can pick up some more flask thingies. Let's see, this gives us beast lure pots, probably not using that, but still nice to have. Let's sell all of these. Is that enough for what I want? Get the Armorer's Cookbook 3 for Exalted Flesh. So Exalted Flesh is actually really good if I recall correctly. There are some item buffs that you can use that give you, well, buffs. And I think Exalted Flesh gives you physical defense, like physical mitigation, and it is really strong, but most people don't use it because it's kind of a chore to like go farm it and have it available. I do eventually, by the way, want to use a shield on this character because having one seems like the sort of thing that might be smart, but I don't think it's this one. And by have a shield, I mean ideally one that is actually able to block reasonably well. Yeah, I think that's how that works for most people that actually end up finding out that it's kind of just a random coincidence, which I suppose works fine. But, I mean, I don't know. Speaking from my own first playthrough, I had already bought all I wanted from Kale, and I had met him multiple times before I happened to, like, come across the howling. So I did not find out on my first time through. I explored this comparatively a little later. I think I did all of the southern peninsula, like the Howling Peninsula, before I came up from you. Came up over here. And I just didn't double check with Kale until I'd already moved on. I also had already borked the quest line for, well, not borked, but like, what's the right word, maybe scrambled the quest line for the dude, like the wolf guy anyway, because he wants you to help him, or he will help you kill a boss, basically, and I'd already killed that boss by the time I would have met him, so like, I was not gonna have a clean experience with that anyway. Yeah, being able to interact with the guy only after learning emotionality is clunky. It's not that it's clunky in my opinion, it's that it's not very well telegraphed, basically. Like, I wish there was just something to build a connection between the wolf howling and the merchant. Like, maybe just something super dumb, like maybe the merchant has a wolf sitting next to him, so I autopilot into the level up menu, scary. Maybe the merchant just has a wolf sitting next to him that occasionally howls or whatever. Like something to make your brain connect the two dots of like, ooh, I hear howling, let me talk to this guy. Like this guy is the guy I connect with howling to a certain degree. But it just doesn't have that to my knowledge. There might be something I've missed, I'm definitely not like 1,000,000% on this game, in terms of like how secure and safe I am and all the knowledge and all the dialogue and all the stuff, and all the interactions. That hit only my horse, that's alright I guess. Sorry Torrent, but you can tank it. So as someone that doesn't know shit about like medieval combat, I do know that, in theory at least, horses are like super OP, and when like horse riding became a thing, infantry got like giga shafted in many ways. That's at least what I think I have learned or heard. And what I'm trying to say here is that I think Elden Ring illustrates this pretty well, because in a lot of instances, if you are fighting a couple of guys on ground, especially individual ones instead of a group, you just like completely fuck them up. Like the ability to just like run circles around them and slash away at them or ride through them is pretty good. It's probably not exactly what would have happened in medieval times, to be fair, because that probably would use the momentum and the force of a horse a little bit better. But like this mobility advantage actually shines through pretty well in this game. I think some awareness applies as the intent, and yeah, there's a lot of ways players can progress to where that doesn't make sense to do. Yeah. Like, seeing how I've already done that in this playthrough for the most part, the way I interact with the merchants is usually that I either right away, or at least pretty quickly after meeting them, buy all the key items from them, to the point where I know that unless something changes, I don't need to talk to them again. Because otherwise, there's always a chance that I just forget. Like, assume they have a note that I haven't read yet, then I might completely miss out on that, simply because I will forget that there was a thing. Something with mobility or something with more range, usually both, yeah. Why am I being dumb and looting this first? I should just go upstairs and kill the pot dudes. Hello. Boy. Ow. You upset? You upset. So this is the guy, we want to kill this guy. Not just because Kenneth Hyde wants us to kill this guy, which is more of a coincidence in my case. Oh, let's go Stormstomp. We want to kill him precisely for that. That is Bloody Slash, which is a weapon orb that we will be using to inflict bleed upon our enemies, which is very nice. Ah, that is a slow-ass guard counter. Hello, rat. I ran out of stamina, it worked out. Speaking of, let's put the turtle charm back on. Mana Blade has pretty realistic mana combat. I actually despise how Torrent writes in this game. Really? I would say they tried really hard to make Torrent feel mostly as convenient and as easy to use as they could. There are a couple of minor instances where it feels like they are trying to get you killed here and there, but for the most part I think they did a pretty good job of making him feel like... I don't know, it's like a little... Maybe, if anything, maybe a little too strong. Oh, I picked the one spot where you can't jump down without taking damage, whoops. Like, the way he turns pretty much on a dime, unless you're directly adjacent to a cliff, is super handy. The fact that he's a double jump is obviously super handy. The fact that he is very resistant to damage overall, like he has a lot of HP, summoning him at any point in time is super easy and handy. He turns reasonably well. Like, it depends on how you control him, I guess. There's a little bit of a skill issue there, but... like, if you're just spamming the sprint button, he's gonna be controlling a little bit worse, I suppose. But overall, I think if you're putting in even just a little bit of effort, I think he controls really nicely and is really strong. Same in films when defenses are good enough, then something surpasses it in chaos again. Sounds correct too. Ow. Ow. I may have messed it up slightly. Thankfully we're almost done, so lack of healing probably won't work, or won't hurt. Yeah. Boom. We get our healing back, so that means we're done with the other area. Hello there, Lag Spike. Nice to meet you. Right, there was a thing over here. More blood roses. Those are for the bleed buff, aren't they? Like for the item that helps you inflict bleed, if I recall correctly. Is there anything else in this southern part that I want to have or see? I know there's... I say I know, but I only think I know. I want to say there's a deathbird here, or is that in the other area? This is upstairs. I don't think I need to be here. There's a spirit spring to go back up there somewhere. I think I have all of this stuff. So this is the portal that we were marked by, or that we got marked from the... that D marked for us, the undead hunter guy. Oh, yeah, he's definitely not a realistic horse. I will 1,000,000,000% give you that one. They definitely wanted to make him be useful and convenient and helpful, rather than realistic. And I'm very glad for it, because overall, the game's... Actually, let me double check that there's nothing else I want to buy from you. Oh yeah, we didn't buy your crafting kits yet. Your crafting kits? Your recipe books. But yeah, overall, the Souls games in general, even though some people don't agree with that, but I think they just don't really look at the details. Like, the way your character moves, for example, is absurd. You are so fast and so agile and so responsive. It is absolutely in no way, shape, or form realistic. And it's not trying to be realistic either. And I think Torrent is the same way. Torrent moves really well, really fast, really quick, and like is pretty good at changing directions, and obviously has a double jump, which is very realistic. He has horns, which is probably the most realistic part about him. And like, it's definitely more about like having him be good for gameplay rather than be a realistic horse. And that fits in perfectly with the rest of the Souls games. The reason I say that with the whole, like, oh, it's not as, like, slow or clunky as people might think is because the Souls games have this reputation that they are slow and clunky in a lot of ways. Like, actions are, like, very committal, they have a lot of weight to them, usually. And some games that try to copy this formula or try to take inspiration from them don't really understand why that works and how that works. And I think it's in part because they, a lot of times, just take that at face value and say, oh, the Souls games are slow and clunky, so we make everything slow and clunky as well. But the Souls games are actually not that slow and clunky. Even in Dark Souls 1, your character is fairly agile in terms of like being able to turn on a dime and that sort of shit. So like, you gotta be actually looking at the details there to figure out which parts are like convenient and handy for the player, rather than just being realistic and slow for the sake of being, or forcing the game to be a little bit more methodical. Isn't there a dungeon here? I mean, this section is gonna disappear later. I think we have everything. At least everything important. So he just told us, like, we just talked to Blight, who is the wolf guy. He told us to go, or did he warn us instead of telling us to go there? I think he just warned us. Anyway, we're gonna go there to fight a boss, which is the one that Blight is also trying to fight, and we'll summon him for it, and he'll help us, and it's gonna be fun. This is not night yet, is it? It's evening. Do I try the Night Cavalry? I don't think it drops anything useful. And I don't know if we're strong enough. Oh, it boosts physical attack, that's another one that... Oh yeah, the crab gives physical defense, the crab is really good. I almost went into the level up menu, so I panic closed the grace menu and just immediately left. Very good. Sure, let's give the Night Cavalry a chance. In general, video game characters are crazy fast because relative movement speed or stamina feels way too slow in a game. Yeah, absolutely. It's something that a lot of people hate about Red Dead Redemption too, that they made Arthur, the protagonist, like very clunky and very clumsy. And he's not actually even all that clumsy for like a realistic sort of standard, but his actions all have like a lot of weight to him, and he doesn't turn on a dime. He's a little clunky to control in some ways. And I think a lot of people really dislike that, and they don't get along with that, even though they're like... Oh right, we're on Stormstone, not on the buff, my bad. Even though it's like the intended thing for the character to feel like slow and weighty and shit. And I think it like fits the vibe and the overall thing the game's going for, but that's a completely different discussion. But yeah, I agree, generally video game characters are crazy fast and agile. Yeah. So our flask is only +1, but we already heal almost all of our health in a single sip, so having to upgrade our Estus flask is probably not gonna be much of an issue long term. For what it's worth, to weigh in on that, I hate the way Witcher 3 combat feels, but that's not just because of the way Geralt controls and like the weight to the movement. I think the fact that it's like the sort of pseudo action game system where it's a lot about like, I don't know how to describe it. I saw a video that was trying to describe it. They called it like how an MMORPG has like hotbar combat, where it's like you send an attack action and like it doesn't actually connect with your sword, but rather like you're just doing like spells basically, sort of a thing. I'm describing it horribly. Anyway, the way I see it is that the combat feels awful, as someone that has played the Souls games a lot before playing Witcher 3, and that wants my character's animations to be something I first of all have a lot of control over, rather than my character chooses to do fancy pirouettes and shit sometimes, and sometimes he'll be very fast. That makes it like unreliable and annoying. And also that wants like the animations to actually correlate much more cleanly with the attacks. But yeah, I didn't enjoy Witcher 3 combat. I also never finished that game. I always wanted to go back and play it, but then I install a bunch of mods, play it for half an hour and go like, oh yeah, I'll pick this up later, and then it sits in my library for a couple of centuries. I need to stop trying to swing there. That has got me at every time. Alright, Demo. Hello, hello. We are taking so long that the giants might actually arrive here. My damage is pretty miserable. I will get a bit of a, like, damage boost for a brief moment when we actually unhorse him, because there's a critical hit we can get. Oh, I already drank the thing, then. So we're out of healing, that's not gonna happen. Like, we're not gonna win this one. He's stuck on the lads over there. Just making sure the rest of the patrol of the caravan, whatever. I was pretty nearly out for a moment. I think he can't do the shoulder check thing if I'm on that side. I did that horribly. I deserve that. Okay, we're gonna die here. I don't really mind. Oh, that was awkward camera. Okay, horse that. We go here for the crit. The sweet spot for getting this crit is actually really, really tough to find sometimes, so don't worry if you miss it. That has happened a lot to a lot of people. I don't have stamina. Oh, that caught me all the way here? Alright, dude. I didn't deserve this death. That being said, I wasn't gonna kill him anyway, because he gets, like, his horse comes back with full HP when he does that. And I mostly hit his horse with a lot of his attacks, so I would have had to fight him for another, like, 5 or so minutes. I'm gonna leave him be for now, and just move on. Because I'd have to go back to the Grace and, make it turn nighttime again. So yesterday I streamed any video of this month crit? Yeah, it's weirdly specific where they decided to place the crit box. They want the actors to be aligned properly, which makes sense, but in a lot of cases when you get the crit, they just put you in the right position anyway. Like, they're not afraid to teleport you over a little bit to get you into the right position for the fancy animation. But for some reason, for the, like, unmount crits, they decide to be pretty finicky about it. I want you to be actually pretty on point. Gold Pickle Foulfoot, that is a special tool we'll need later. I'm not gonna kill the plant, because that is tedious and not very helpful. Anything I want to grab before we go downstairs and die? Nope, I think we just move on. I think this is garbage. No, we're poisoned. That is not ideal. Let's see if we can kill the boss anyway. It's gonna be close. This one is not super tough, it's just one of these guys, but we are on a... Oh, I can't just strafe that, never mind, that's gonna make it a little harder. So we are on a bit of a time limit thanks to the poison. Alright, that is the second thing that's pretty quick. I rolled way early, but he missed. Nice. I am being dumb. I cornered myself and then I rolled early on that attack. Could you be done at some point, please? Thank you. There we go. I messed that up, but we got away with it. Surely we get a crit here at some point. I died. That hits me? I guess it has a shockwave, fair enough. Ah, that tracks really well, and oh, oops, my bad. Yeah, I deserve it. Please don't kill me just yet. One more chance. Alright, we need to finish him with this. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we're gonna try. We're gonna have to play a little bit aggressive to try and get these hits. Ah, I hit the head on the game. No stamina, I guess we'll do 2 R1s, R1s even. I didn't die for rolling early, let's go. Oh, I'm being so lucky. We're gonna... Oh, I was gonna say we're gonna kill him and then bleed out, but he lives on a magic pixel, so... That would have been annoying anyway, because I would have had to run back here, regardless. Almost. But yeah, I prefer this because that way we don't need to run all the way back here. We can just respawn right here by the Stack of America, and then we'll just finish him off. Although actually we would have respawned here anyway, even if the boss died. What am I saying? Oh well. I keep trying to be greedy and just sprinting that. Oh, that... He does that little extra flail before he swings, and I keep trying to dodge that. We did a shit ton of extra damage when I drank the buff potion, so let's do that. That's the 2 fast attacks, so we get a bit of damage going here. I hit the head on my game. I think he does that a 3rd time sometimes. Why can't I subscribe to the channel? You can't because I am not a... whatchamacallit? A partner or... not apprentice, what's the word? Affiliate. So there is no subscribing to my channel, I'm sorry. Every single time the like weird spinny flailing motion baits me into swinging or into rolling away. You can roll his attacks, or his attacks in general, so late. I should just be a little bit more patient. Or I just do it super early. This is the same thing for donating. Most people set up donations that do not go through Twitch. So like they just use PayPal or whatever, or Streamlabs donations systems. So that's not actually through Twitch. Bits and stuff are through Twitch. So you couldn't do bits and stuff. You could do donations if I had set up a thing for donations, which I don't, but thank you for considering. I don't want to do donations or anything like that right now. I feel like I'm not doing consistent or that kind of streaming. I'm streaming for funsies and not for monies, munsies. So I don't want to do that right now. Maybe in the future, but it's gonna be quite a while before I consider doing that sort of thing again. Do I want to buy anything from you? Let me have a look. So you might be like, well, Cube, you are low on stats and you can't level up, so what the fuck do you mean by any spells? Well, if you can see these requirements down there, there are a couple of them that are not exactly very high in terms of requirements. So like the shield buff here is only 2 more, and the weapon buff is 2 more, and this is the expensive one at 23, but the other ones are all fairly easily attainable, and Glintstone Pebble is even literally available just at base end. So it's not completely out of the question that we end up using some sort of magic. However, I don't think we're in a rush to buy anything from her. She's gonna be here for a while, so we don't need to do this right now. And I have, like I said before, not really planned this out all that much. So, yeah, I'll just leave that be for now. So, give you a little love tap so you stop moving. Ah, that was close. This is very close, but we get away with it. Just gotta be cheeky in life. There we go. Okay, there we go. Sorted. So let's go kill the dude that Blight wants to kill. With Blight's help, this should be fairly easy. I'm not super worried. There's another Grace over here that we can pick up on the way. We're basically going right for it, then there's some stuff to do by the lake that we can do afterwards. There's just so much shit to do in this game, it's crazy. Been streaming this for like 2 hours and we haven't really gotten anywhere. Still on a basic butch plus 0 club, for example. One thing I do dislike about the whole bosses that only spawn at night thing, which is on paper a cool concept, I will admit, is that if you die to them, the time automatically moves on. So after dying, you have to sit down at a bonfire and like make time go back to night so you can try the boss fight again. Which feels really ass. I really dislike that. It's just this extra annoying little step in between whenever you're trying to just fight a boss. Hello, Blood. Very big man. Do we pick up any more clothes per chance? No. The weight of shame, yeah.
Rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
So I actually need to focus a little bit on this guy because he does hurt a lot and he is pretty aggressive sometimes. He does crumple a lot though, it seems, so we'll take advantage and do a little crit. Don't mind me, just roll spamming through the attacks I'm uncomfortable with. Nothing out of the ordinary. Hey, some flowers. I always thought when you were in this jail sort of thingy, it would be a different dimension and it's like disconnected from the rest of the world, like it puts you into a little instance. But seeing how it bugs out in the co-op mod sometimes actually shows that it really is just doing a fancy little, not really a filter, but like a fancy little effect on the area and stuff. It's quite neat. Let's quickly talk to him again, we get a little reward that is nice. And we get another reward later, which is much better. Because he sends us over to a guy called EG, who is a very fine man, who will give us another little reward later. I gave this game attention, but now I'm watching, I gotta say the horse movement is so small to compare to other waves. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The horse is definitely made to be as comfy, convenient, fast, and useful as possible. They want you to use this horse and like this horse, and I mean, we do. Speaking for most Elden Ring players, I dare. They really made Torrent feel really good. It's definitely not trying to be realistic or weighty or whatever in any way, so they had the freedom to just make him feel really nice. He has a double jump too that I probably haven't shown in a while, which makes exploration very nice. You end up using him a lot. So we quickly grab this for Unsheath, and now we run the fuck away because of giant enemy crabs. That's one of my favorite little tricks, by the way. It's like a very minor thing that people don't really think about or take advantage of. But unmounting, your character does this little hop. So when I came here, I just do this, and I'm suddenly up here. Whereas if you were to just climb up on Torrent first and then dismount, it takes longer. So like I do this, and then I have to do the entire unmount animation. But if I can like just predict how far my hop will go, I can actually use that to dismount. I did that earlier to try and get on the platform by the caravan as well. But yeah, Torrent is super handy. There's a lot of instances where you'll be doing parkour on him or fight stuff on him, and he's really good. He's a fine horse. You can also take advantage of this little dismount animation to dodge attacks, because you do actually, like I said, move, and I think your lower body hitbox also disappears. Hop into the no horse alone zones. Yeah, just to get that extra bit of distance in as well. So this guy is a hunter of, let's call them PvP gankers. He hates those fuckers, and he's right. Because he is warning us of a dude that hangs out over there. And he's like, oh, don't go there, he'll kill you, basically. And I'm going to go right there and try to kill him. I will probably fail, but thankfully this guy that we just talked to will show up and be like, hey, don't worry, I'll help you. And it'll be great. I forget what this item is. This has a fancy glow though, so I need to pick it up now, even if we die. It's just Arteria Leaf, unfortunate. I just decreased my chances of succeeding at this invasion by roughly 100%, but it was worth it. We got some random flower that I'm probably not going to use ever. I guess we could get the dungeon over here first. I think the entrance is before he invades. Is it? Is it? No, I don't think it is, actually. I agree, this is a little better. I'll try to be patient with my healing and heal as late as possible. Yeah, I think we get dehorsed here before we get to the entrance, yeah. Yeah, it is basically the same mechanic. It is from the same devs, using pretty much the same system mechanics. This game also has the stance system, like the stance break stuff from Sekiro, although the bar is invisible. And all the status effects, like the way you build them up by getting hit multiple times and shit, work the same. This game has a lot of stuff that it inherited from Sekiro. Yeah. So now Euro is summoned over in the corner. In the corner, I mean further deeper down the river. So we'll kite our dual dagger friend over here to our katana friend. And now our katana friend does fuck all damage because he hits like a wet noodle, but it will distract him. And that is good enough for me. I do have to be careful because one good slap of that special attack will probably end me. Or at least almost end me, and then the poison will finish me off. But I also need to be aggressive enough so that he doesn't kill the samurai man, because he will do that if we... Or at least he has a chance of doing that if we just let him cook. Please don't kill me. Okay, he's healing, that's fine with me. I say as I'm out of healing. Wow, your charged heavy attack did a cool 40 damage, I'm so proud of you. However, through the power of ganking, we are victorious. Now I do have to go and talk to Yura before I die of poison, so that's gonna be a little annoying. We did get the dagger though. Now this dagger is sick. It is one of the more popular and strong early game weapons you could have, because it attacks very fast, it has bleed built in. Bleed is really strong. And the special attack where you do this little slash that you use, this little projectile slice thingy, is also very powerful. So the dagger is really, really, really good and a very common sight for early game characters. There is one issue with this dagger, and that's why we probably won't be using it unless I find a way around it. This dagger does not only need 13 dexterity, which we'll be getting soon, it also needs 13 arcane, which we won't be getting anytime soon, so that's gonna be a bit of a problem. Anyway, so we go down into this cave. This cave is kind of pointless in a lot of ways, but there is one thing that's really important. Of course, me being me, I arrived in the area from the opposite and got invited before meeting Yura, you mean? Yeah, I think I also stumbled across this guy naturally the first time. It doesn't really matter, thankfully, like you're not screwing yourself out of any quest lines or anything major. So this cave is a little weird. There's this group of guys just hanging out. This guy spotted me even though I was sneaking, which is a little cheaty. I don't know what you'd have thought. But yeah, these guys aren't so bad. Then there's a group of them over here. I think there's like 4 or 3. I don't know. And then we will meet a man that Souls veterans will immediately be able to identify as a very nice guy, good bloke, absolute friend. Helpful, true and true. Do a little bonking. We play some footsies. This chest has garbage in it. I think it's just mushrooms or something. Yeah. So this corner is entirely pointless. You don't really need to explore it, but I tend to for completion's sake. What you really want to do is you want to go over here, and I will actually top my health off because he does a little bit more damage than you might think. And then you have a boss fog gate. Like, oh boy, what's the boss? There is no boss. How weird. Well, there is a chest here. Let me go loot the chest.
Well, well, well.
Oh, pants.
Help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Ah, fuck. He does the block stab, I forgot. Ooh. Spicy. So, this is Trusty Patches. Good old Patches. The must be in every Souls game. He's alright in this one, actually. There are a couple instances where he's being a little weird, let's say, but overall he's a pretty good bloke in this. Now you might be like, well, how can he be a good bloke if you're literally calling him as a boss right now? Well, I will die here. Oh, never mind, he didn't kill me, thankfully. Well, as you will soon see if I manage to not die.
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all.
He does the smart thing.
Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true.
It's true, I am Young Cube, man of reason.
I took you for an innocent.
So he thought we were a monster, basically, but we forgive and forget. He's fellow Tarnish, he hangs out, he's made. He's like, hey, if you come back, I'll be ready to do trading with you, and I'm like, sure, so we teleport back to the entrance, which is how you pass time in this game. Or one of the ways you pass time in this game. And then we try to ignore his useless fucking buddies over here. Just go straight to the former boss room, and now we can trade with him.
Welcome, you won't need a ring.
So, he has some dialogue here about the people outside. Nothing particularly interesting. He sells some shit, and some of it is pretty interesting, in fact. He sells gold pickled foulfoots, which, for a brief moment, increase the amount of souls you get from things dying. That is actually pretty handy. We're gonna do a thing soon where we want one of these active. However, we picked one up earlier, and we can get a second one if we want to, so we don't need to buy these. He sells this, which is Margit's Shackle. It briefly binds Margit once imprisoned to Earth. This is an item that we can use for the very first boss fight, or like the first major boss fight in the game, which will stun the boss temporarily, basically. I don't think we'll buy this because it's pretty expensive, and I don't think we'll be using it, but it's fine. He sells a cookbook for crafting recipes, which is nice, because it contains the gold pickled foulfoot, the one that gives you extra souls. Anything else we want? He does have a sacrificial twig. I like collecting these because I occasionally use them, but I might not on a level 1 playthrough. He sells some bloody fingers in case you want to do early PvP, which is nice. He sells fan daggers, which is actually a really useful item in specifically PvP, funnily enough. Don't think there's anything else. We can also ask him about that chest over there, because, behold, a new chest has spawned.
Just something but then again, and besides. Cheers for that.
Cheers for that. So if we were to interact with this chest, he would be not very pleased with those. He says something to the extent of like, yeah, don't do that, buddy, it's a bad idea. However, we're dumb, so let's go do that. Oh my god, that's a trap, we've been snared. I'm sure this is something some of you haven't done yet, so I'll show it off.
Well, well, well. I should have known, you scheming little thief. The gods demand vengeance. Vengeance!
So, since we stepped right into this tricky trap, we get teleported into a tricky trap of his, of his doing. Which spawns us into Limgrave, right, by the Rune Bears. Oh no, we will naturally just die. We also have a debuff for a little bit where we can't teleport. So we can't just like teleport out, we have to actually ride out. Thankfully, for some reason, we don't spawn actually close enough to any of the Rune Bears, so they don't aggro, so we just kind of leave. And then whenever we rest at another site of grace, we can teleport again. So we'll just go north to the church. We can also quickly talk to Kenneth Height, because we did clear out his little fort over there. Let's go do that right now. We get a little reward that is not very handy, but still. It is a bit of NPC quest progress, so we should probably do that. Notice the other chest. Yeah, you don't really get anything super interesting from it, as you will see. The interaction is not quite over, even though we were teleported out.
Well done.
Alright, so he's like, hey, you recaptured that fort that I needed help to recapture. How nice of you. Here, have this dagger as a reward, which seems like it would be fancy. It sounds like a unique item. It is not. You can get more of these. He also says, hey, do you want to enter into my service as the great Kenneth Hyde? I know you're just a lowborn and I usually don't hang out with those, but you seem pretty useful, so how about you enter into my service? And being the kind of guy that I am, I'm like, hell yeah, buddy, I'll sign up. I'll pledge to anything. Don't mean shit to me. So, we are now in his service officially. We can now go back to the fort, which he has now overtaken. It is then his. However, it is still full of enemies. Just different enemies, but still enemies. Which is a little ass, but such is life in the zone. Let's quickly go do that actually and go through his dialogue so we can, like, not miss out when we later get the opportunity to progress that. Although they're pop in on the flowers. Very good. So you might be able to tell that the demi-humans are gone that used to be fighting the Godric soldiers over here. Generally the soldiers are gone. However, if we go in here, there's now a bunch of demi-humans instead of the rats and soldiers that were here before. And these guys do not like us. So, like, even though we are in this guy's service, who controls the town now, and he's our maid, and he wants us here, these guys don't want us here, which is a little awkward. I kind of wish they made them, like, non-aggressive or something. So he wants to find a new ruler for this land, because the guy that's currently in charge is kinda shit, and he's correct, the guy in charge is pretty shit. We will get rid of him, so not to worry. We'll figure that out, we'll fix it. I have good news for you, my friend. You have not missed out on much. In fact, if you played this game when it first came out, you had missed out on even less, because this questline was unfinished on early release and they kind of patched in a couple more things to it, but I still think it ends in a fairly unenjoyable and not so great way. Anyway, so we have done this. So let's go back to Patches after having fucked up and tried to loot his chest and stumbled into his trap. Because we're not quite done here, there's a little bit more. This will let me quickly, while I'm here... I did want to do this earlier. Let me quickly check my Flask of Physic, the buff flask that we have. We got 2 new tiers. We have increased charge attack damage, and we have increased stamina. I'll keep the strength buff, because the strength buff is really, really nice. Charge attacks for time and mixed physics, stamina and mixed physics, or heal half HP when we drink it. I think I'll just use it as a buff. Let's do charge attacks, sure, why not? Because that is very strange, it has 0 hints at how to progress it. Yep, I agree. But yeah, I mean, I still mostly come at it from the perspective of having played this game a lot on release, and on release there was not much anyway, so in my mind it's just like written off as, hey, this is just kind of shit.
Oh, Ryan, you're alive.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Away in a flash like that.
Wonder what could have happened there.
Keep your mitts off what's not rightly yours, But I'll forgive you. At any rate, it's just nice to see you safe. Oh, don't miss all the bargains here at Patch's Emporium.
So we get the calm down gesture. Now, if we were to be like, hey, you asshole, how dare you do this to us? We can do this.
What are you playing at? That bloody... What's wrong with you? It's me. Hard of hearing, are we?
So he is now mad at us.
Your way. You'll get...
However...
Don't go thinking I'm a soft touch.
If we go to low HP... I need to be a little careful because my total HP isn't very high, so if we get hit here we might be dead, but I do have to chance it.
Chance to surrender, mate. Grovel, and I'll forgive you.
So we get the Extreme Repentance gesture, which we will now equip in the middle of combat.
Okay, I can see you mean it. Consider it water under the bridge.
Ta-da!
A momentary lapse of judgment. All's well, as you know. So, do you need something from me?
And we're back to being mates. I really like this. There is a bit of an issue. We got really lucky that it just worked out first try. Usually my experience is I get that gesture and then I spam it roughly 400 times, desperately trying not to die. Well, it doesn't work. However, dying also makes him peaceful again, so it's not the end of the world if it doesn't work, I think. However, I've always managed to eventually get it to work. But yeah, so the idea is, hey, you fight him, he begs for mercy, you forgive him, you become mates. You pull one over on him, but he also gets one over on you, and then you fight him, and then he tells you, hey, you can beg for mercy, and so you do, and you're back to being mates, which feels like, I don't know why, it just feels so genuine and so fitting. Like, it's just, I don't know, I really like that whole interaction series. It feels like a really good way of doing the Patches character, basically. He will show up a lot more, actually, and he's gonna stay a good bloke, actually. So, we'll see more of him eventually. But for now, that's probably gonna be our Patches interactions for a couple hours. There's a dungeon over here, I'm gonna activate it. I'm not sure if we're gonna do this right now. I haven't really... So, there's a part of me that would like this to be a holistic playthrough that tries to do everything. Because it would be kinda sick to have a level 1 character that has completed the entire game. I really like that thought in my head. However, I am really bad at maintaining motivation to play this game for an extended period of time. I managed to do that with the DLC, because the DLC was new and fun and exciting. But now, whenever I make a new character, oh yeah, right, I gotta be really careful early on with this, because low HP means I explode and bleed in like 2 to 3 hits. But yeah, I don't know if I have it in me to do all of the dungeons, because there's a lot of it, there's a lot of content in this game. So I don't know if I'll be able to, or if I don't know, if I'll tank it. The thing is, I'm not really worried about, like... How do I say that? This being like a true and honest challenge run, so I could see this being like a fun opportunity to maybe do some co-op if someone wants to do some co-op in the long run, or like maybe I'll do some of these off-stream as well, because it's just a lot of time being spent. But in theory, I do like the idea of trying to do pretty much everything, so I will, for now, like just kind of pick the dungeons that I'm gonna randomly commit to. That's a trap. I think we can use this to our advantage though. Nope, we cannot. There's a guy behind me. So I don't like these gargoyles. I've never liked them for some reason. These are the generic enemy for this type of dungeon, like these sort of burial crypts. Pretty much always have these little gargoyle dudes, and I've always hated them. I don't like that they do an assload of damage compared to being like small, ambushy, annoying enemies. They are just offensively way too strong, in my opinion, and a little annoying to deal with. And that is in part because of experiences like doing or trying early level 1 stuff, or just doing some of these dungeons pretty early, where their attacks do a lot of damage and build up bleed, so in like 3 hits you're already like getting fucked. It feels a little mean for this cheeky, small, ambushy type enemy to do that much damage per swing, pretty much. Is probably just my main complaint about him. Is there one in the corner or on top? Let's have a quick little look-see. I thought I was out of range for the other guy, my bad. Like, right now it looks like I'm fine, because like, oh, I just managed to heal, but if I get hit once, or like now it's down to twice, I will just bleed proc, and that will it has a pretty decent chance of just one-shotting me at this point. Now, obviously, well, Cube, you're a fucking idiot. You can't complain about being flimsy if you're a level 1 character, right? Like, you're doing a level 1 run. But the thing is, we're still in the early game. Like, this is where most characters don't have that much vigor anyway, so it's kinda not the greatest argument, in my opinion. I'm not saying someone is making that argument, but like, it just feels like their damage is a little disproportionate to what kind of enemy they are. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a statue rather than a duelist. I'm not very good at these guys, so this might be a little spicy. That's the grab. I think if that grab hits me, I die. I'm dead. Ooh, I knocked him out of the sky. With 2 charge attacks, we do get a crumple, and I did actually manage to poise break him there on that heavy attack. He's buffed now, so that probably won't happen again. Yeah, that didn't stagger him at all. Here's the grab, that worked out really nicely. Here's another critical. Where are they even in Dark Souls 3? I'm kind of struggling to... Wow, this club is doing good price damage with the fully charged attacks with the attack damage buff. Very nice. Or the charged attack buffs. Where even are they in Dark Souls 3? I can't place... I might be too Elden Ring pilled. I can't find them. I'm thinking of the Elden Ring enemy that looks similar. Oh, those guys! Right, that's what you mean. Yeah. Wow, I completely forgot about those guys. I didn't hate them, to be fair, but I also... I wouldn't have missed them if they didn't show up, to be fair. So, I don't know, it's not a great enemy type, in my opinion. Like, it's not a particularly fun one. I don't hate it, it's not terrible, but it's not that fun either. So, which of the 3 ways should we go to take... Yes, words. Which of the 3 ways should we take to go to... Oops, wrong button. I don't want this here. To Caelid, because I think that's what we're doing next. Do we take the Brazil chest, do we go on horse, or do we go and take the teleporter that we got from... What's his face? I think the teleporter is technically my best choice, like that would be the optimal choice, but I'm down with the others as well because they're fun. There is stuff that I want from the Brazil chest, but we'll I mean, it's gonna be annoying to navigate for a bit, but we'll probably be fine regardless. I could technically try to fight the dragon. Wait, you don't have new dialogue for me? I thought I killed the guy though. Oh, he's warning me of the dragon, not of the guy. I'm a fucking idiot, my bad. So I will clear this area, or at least grab the items here in this area, regardless of what we choose. If you guys don't have any preference, I'll just randomly pick whatever feels like the right thing to do at the time. So don't worry about not saying anything. I will grab the stuff here before I commit to anything anyway. I think this is the good door. I think this has the item and not the trap, but we'll find out. Twinbraid. I've never used one of these. I've seen them used and they seem alright. And by I never used one of these, I mean in Elden Ring. I've used them in Dark Souls 2. But I haven't since, pretty much. Let's hope we can get out of here. I was trying to take the corners in that room in case a dog followed me, so they would be like lured into one of the corners, and then we'd like buy ourselves maximum space to go around the other side. I accidentally ran up that tree, that looked pretty sick. Neat. I think there's another upgrade stone 1 over here by the Infinite Abyss, which every area needs to have one of these. Just a random hole that goes into nothing. This is one of the artist locations, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't have that one yet. We don't have any of them because I didn't go to the artist check. You get this one from... Stormvale Castle. Fuck. See, that's an instance where Torrent is actually a little bit harder to use. That's a bit of a skill issue right there. Because if I, like, try this and I try to get ever closer and I'm perfectly circling an item, I will never actually arrive there. Really like them, that one specifically, but mostly for aesthetics. They're slower than straight swords one-handed and do multi-hits two-handed, but they But usually the initial hit is very weak. They're a dumb weapon that I like because I like dumb things. No, I think that makes sense. And I don't think you're... Like, I don't think they're as bad as you might make them sound right now. I've seen them used in PvP for, like, the spin special attack to actually interrupt and, like, damage groups of enemies pretty well. As a good sort of, like, surprise, get fucked idiots type move. Well, that's alright. Neat. So over here is a naked guy. We can't have that, so we'll go fight him. I think I'm far enough? Yeah, okay. No. Aw, shame, I was hoping that attack would stagger. Yeah, here it is. We didn't get the critical, maybe I was still running. Nice try, buddy boy. I do love when Bango was streaming this the other day, and he saw this guy, or rather one of these guys, in the fucking swamp of rods. He sees one of these guys just standing on one of the, like, ruins, one of the rafters, and he just looks at it and goes, "No, I'm not doing this right now," and turns around and runs away. And it's just a regular guy. He's not that tough, they're not that bad. It's just a regular dude, but he just sees a naked man in the poison swamp and he's like, nope, nope, not doing this. I thought that was hysterical. That's probably not exactly the reason why he did that, or why he's wearing, like, why he didn't want to fight him in the moment, but it was really comical to me. The Hagen equals some great Eshel and the bleed one you get from Euro's questline has a very good, basically OP Eshel. Oh, the no, that's not Rivers of Blood, is it? I forgot what it's called. But yeah, from Eleonora or whatever. Oh, it's probably just called Eleonora. Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of stuff that's technically like OP or on the edge of being OP or slightly above average or above par or whatever. I'm personally not super worried about it, and I don't mind that being a thing. I do like that they, in this game, decided to start balancing some of the stuff for PvP in only PvP interactions. So like, hey, the stagger damage for this weapon has been reduced in PvP only, rather than just nerfing the weapon in general. I think that's a really good choice. I don't like when they either unintentionally nerf a thing that's good in PvE but too OP in PvP, because I think they're just kind of two separate things. And my opinion in general for stuff being overpowered in single player is always like, yeah, but like you can just choose not to use it. For the most part. Obviously some people are always going to be tempted by the power and they will always flock to the most OP sort of shit, but I don't know. Like for myself, for example, I felt since I first found out that the Mimic tier, even though I was using Spirit Ashes, the Mimic tier was too much. I was like, no, this is too good, I'm not using that. And I simply chose not to use it, even though I like the mechanic and the idea behind it. And I thus don't need the Mimic tier to be nerfed. Now, if it's too OP and everyone autopilot to uses it, and that like, you can use it on every build and all that sort of shit, okay, maybe tone it down a little bit if you want to do that, but I don't think it desperately needs to be tweaked in that regard. So I tend to live by the idea of like, if you think something is OP, like it does too much for too little effort or something, then you simply can just not use it. Everyone wanted that kind of balancing to be a thing since Dark Souls 2. Super happy to see them start doing it here. Yeah. That being said, I don't do enough PvP in these games and really don't care about it to have strong opinions anyway in terms of how the game is balanced or how it should be balanced or whatever. Like in terms of what is good or bad or too good or too bad. So, I don't really have relevant or strong opinions overall on the PvP balancing, but I just don't want it to be a thing where they decide to absolutely nuke some sort of ability or spell or item from orbit and make it, like, not a thing you can use anymore. Dark Souls 2 being an example of, they had the Hex abilities, the Hex spells, the Resonant Soul for example, which costs you souls to use, like it's a dark magic thing that you can use, it costs souls to cast. But it was really strong, was the upside. Now, what the fuck was this skull doing? It was like Someone threw that skull at me. I think one of the dogs or something ran across one of these fucking skulls and it launched directly at me. That was hilarious. What the fuck? I should check that out later in the video. I want to see that again. But yeah, so Resonant Soul and Dark Souls 2. And the thing is, yeah, it was really fucking strong. That used to be like the speedrun route as well for the first couple like sections of that game's lifespan. Because you could get it pretty early. You could like hard invest into being able to do hex stuff. So you'd level like your int and your faith. And you get access to a really good... Ooh, boy, that's a lot of damage. You get access to a really good casting utensil as well for free later in the game. So, like, you would beeline into getting Resonant Soul, and you would just destroy bosses. Not, like, necessarily one-shot them or whatever, but you would do... Oh, wow, he sniped me out of the air. That was sick, and now I'm dead. I lived. Let's go. And I thought it was really fun. I liked making a Hex character back then, and I was also speedrunning the game a little bit back then. So I didn't mind Resonant Soul, and if I wanted to play the game without that spell, I could simply choose not to use it. Or with those spells. And they eventually just nerfed the shit out of them, to the point where they're basically not really worth using. There are other dark magic things you can use that do basically the same thing, in that they just launch a projectile at an enemy and do damage. And they are basically the same damage without the downside of costing you souls. But the concept of like, hey, it does extra damage but it costs you souls is probably good enough to at least make some people discouraged from using it. So I don't think it was that bad of a thing to begin with. But like now it's just, why bother using it? Why even have that sort of spell in the game? And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much, right? It's not like, oh, they completely nuked an entire playstyle, I can't play the game anymore. No, you can do that just with other spells, I guess. But it still feels like a bit of a shame that they, like, basically remove a thing from the game because it was a little bit too strong. Oh, thank you very much. So you saw that as well. I thought I was going crazy for a moment because it took me a moment to process what even was flying around, and then like, wait, there's the skull flew at me. That's crazy. Like it took me a bit to actually to actually process that and understand what was happening. It's even funnier in the recording. Hell yeah! I'm glad I caught that on stream then. That's great. Oh yeah, the Zappy field. Right, so this is the area with all the giants. There is a statue over here. You can see it glowing, even though it hasn't loaded in yet. Thank you, Elden Ring. There we go. So we kite one of these giants over and go like, or trolls rather, over and go like, hey, how about you smash this for me? And then they smash it for me. And then we can pick up upgrade materials. Yeah, incoming is pretty good. I can definitely not complain. Look at that, 5 upgrade stones, 1 and 1 upgrade stone, 2. Look at the value. Incredible. There's so much good stuff around Limgrave. It's quite nice. I think they did a really good job overall with the area. That being said, I do generally think they did a really good job with most of the areas and the way they flow and the way they feel to explore. Speaking of, do I have anything useful that I can maybe parry with? I do have a medium shield. I don't know if I'm good enough for that. We can try once or twice. Oh yeah, this is going to sound really weird, but hey Turtle, did you know there's an area up here? It's probably just my dumbass, but I don't think I ever went up here until somewhat recently when I was like, wait, this keeps going. Wait, you can go up here. There's nothing interesting up here, I don't think. But there's just an area here with like jellyfish and shit. And I don't think I ever explored those until like fairly recently. There's just another layer of the plateau over here that you can hang out in. Yeah, I either did the same and just like wrote this off as, oh, this area is not important, you don't need to come here, or maybe I never saw it in the first place, I don't remember. But I ran up here and was like, man, this is a big area. Oh yeah, the Godric Soldier ashes, that's why I went up here. Because I wanted to grab all the items. Yeah, that's when I was here. That makes sense. I did a playthrough once using a guide that would get me all the items in the game and all that sort of shit. So that's probably the one time I was up there. But I recently came up there again by sheer coincidence, and I was like, what the fuck? The things you see after a couple hundred hours in the game. New and never seen before. So there's a golem here. I don't think it defends anything interesting. I don't think there's anything interesting up here either. Is it a gesture, maybe? Yeah, I think it's just this gesture, which, I mean, I'll take gestures. Sitting with crossed legs, always something good to do, I think. My first encounter with the golem too is same. This is where young Cube, not the character, the actual person, came across his first ever jail and was like, oh, well, I guess I'll be fighting this guy. And on, like, new character, fresh out of the box, was like, yeah, I guess this is what I'm doing for the next hours of my life. Until I eventually beat him, and I was pretty happy with that. But yeah, so we're gonna do that too. However, young Cube might have been a little bit stronger, being an actual class with, like, actual things on it, and items and shit. But, hey, I think I broadly know these guys' moveset reasonably well, so we might be able to do this. I do not get a fully charged attack there. Maybe if I charge it immediately. I did hesitate a moment. Oh, I got stabbed here. I was autopiloting. Need to be careful. They have pretty long attack range on the heal punish. That used to catch me so hard, the fucking shield thingy, because it's got an extra bit of delay to it, so if you roll at the sort of normal time, it will just catch you and kill you. Yeah, I fucked up. Oh, we don't have a lot of healing, but that will be better once we die. We'll get it back. Oops, I was early, I'm okay. Alright, time to never take damage again on this fight. We're gonna have to fight him for like 5 minutes, and we'll just never get hit again. That didn't do any damage, I got scammed, you saw that. He got bonked, it made the sound, he didn't take damage. Scam, he's cheating. No way I could have defeated him. This was an unfair death, I'm reporting this. The police are on their way. I got that parry immediately on the first try. I should probably just have gone for more. I think I can get my souls from in here. If not, goodbye 8,000 souls. Good. Wait, he spawned even though I ran to the other side? I didn't know they'd do that. Oh, I missed. I'm okay. I run. Maybe I shouldn't have healed there. I feel like I might have been one shot. God, my damage is abysmal. So normally you'd like to, or you would like to, I guess I would like to, and I think it's a good thing to do, so you might like to as well, jump over ground attacks like the Stomp, so you can do those. But, as you can see there, I messed that up completely. But yeah, as you can see there, even if you jump his attack and do a light attack as a punish, he often catches you because his follow-up attack is so quick. So that's one of the few Stomp attacks that you probably don't really want to jump unless you have a plan, and that plan might be better than what I'm thinking. But like, I don't like to jump that Stomp, even though I usually like to jump the ground stomps and shit. It's usually a good thing to do and a good thing to get into your muscle memory. But that one always feels risky to me. Let's have one of these right away. Hello, buddy. Let's see if we can get an immediate charged attack in without dying. Okay, he chose something fairly slow here, so we did. Might have to just parry spam those, so we might be here for a couple of times. He actually got to block that in time. At least he didn't immediately punish, that's nice. Very efficient in the early stuff. Yeah, I agree completely. To be fair, when I was first fighting him, I didn't think about jumping that, because like the idea of jumping attacks just wasn't in my brain. So I don't think it did actually teach me a negative thing, but it might have taught me a negative thing if I was to try. Yeah, it's still a dodge, but like if you just avoid it, you can actually punish it, so it's, in my opinion, worse than just avoiding it. Okay, I'm healing there just to be safe. I'm nailing these parries reasonably well, that's alright. Ah, that was terrible. That cost me so much stamina as well. Okay, now it gets spicy. He will now transform. Yeah, it seems like the follow-up attack there will never hit me by default. He didn't do the thing. I should... wow, that's lucky that I got to dodge that. Okay, I can heal here. Oops. So I have a lot of practice fighting these guys, because these show up a couple times during the game, and there's also one encounter that's like notoriously difficult that I had to try a lot of times and had to get good at. So I have a lot of experience with these guys. Oh, the fact that it does the tail swipe there instead of the normal follow-up is pretty spicy. Basically, there's a fight later where you fight one of these guys and a second one with a spear at the same time in one boss arena. And I am one of those idiots that was not summoning spirits during that time. So I did that fight by myself without spirit ashes, and that took a lot of tries. In addition to also needing a lot of tries to defeat this guy by himself when I first ran into him. It's like one of the first things I did in the game, so I have a lot of experience with these guys and I feel pretty comfortable fighting them. You get Aspect of the Crucible, Tail, which is a really cool spell that is mostly useless, but it looks really cool because you do the fancy tail swipe that guy did. Oh yeah, Turtle, remind me, did Bango ever actually do any of the heroes' graves yet? I remember him being interested in doing the very first one and then saying, oh, it's poison, so I'm not doing that, poison bad. Which is hysterical given that that's not actually what the issue is in the heroes' graves. Weaponize your prolapse, excuse you? What did you just make me read? Heard come as well with a shoulder check spell. I don't know which one you mean, but that's probably because I am bad at remembering the various things like that. Huh. I'll just not comment on that, and yeah, I'll just let you move on. Oh, you did kill me a hero grave? I think that one might be... Is that the one with the lava? That's the one with the lava where you get the finger at the end, right? Like the pointy finger of doom, basically. Let's do the catacomb, fuck it. He said he'll highlight it, oh boy. Oh, did it bug out in co-op, or is it just because you had an interesting time? The finger isn't that one? You missed it. Yeah, that one is pretty spicy in terms of... If it's the one that I'm thinking of, it's the one with the lava, right? Let's go and try to spend some money, because we have a lot of it right now. Double feeder as well as a particular chart driver. Okay, it sounds like it mostly was co-op things rather than the actual dungeon experience. I assume that's better. I assume that's the better experience, because those dungeons can be a bit miserable. It was a mix of both, to be honest, that's alright. It was a great time, that's good. I'm glad. But yeah, those heroes' graves, yeah. I was not having the greatest time on my first time doing them. Hey, since you know things, do you have a good idea for what weapon I should use for a level 1 run? I don't want to continue using this club all the way, but I'm not against the idea of using clubs, or I could just use one of the straight swords and then fuse it with something. Like, I have too many options, basically, and I don't know what to do. So if you have any like good or clever suggestions for like, hey, this weapon is probably really sick at low level or whatever, then I am open ears and might give them a try when we get them. I'm currently just taking off some of the random dungeons because I'm dawdling before I go to Caled and be miserable. So this dungeon is the first dungeon I ever found. I think it's a bit of a spicy one, to be honest. For the very first dungeon that a lot of people just come across naturally, they really went a little ham with the gurgles in this. Like, there's an ambush right here. And look at the aggression on this guy. Like, he touched me twice, did very little damage, but I almost bled immediately. And his friend drops down to throw shit at me. This is pretty spicy for a very first dungeon in the game. He had fuck all too, with depend on stat requirement, which I don't know. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like I just generally don't know the weapons that well overall. Like, there's a couple ones that I'd be like, oh yeah, this one was sick, or I really like those, but usually I'm more of a like weapon type kind of guy than specific weapon kind of guy, and unless I happen to already know some of the popular level 1 strats for a game, I tend to not know what's particularly good. Axe and Stormveil might be neat. That's the one that buffs battle cries, doesn't it? Come down here. Don't land on my head. You're not chasing me? You're not chasing me, that's good. I might give that a try. Bonk. I do find it weird that your weapon just clips through these rather than going bonk on them. Yeah. These special properties is pretty spiked on. I do think it's, like, I do remember, if it's the one that's in the room with the Revenant, no, that's not a Revenant, with the Grafted Scion, then it's probably the one that I've seen people use in their offhand for Battle Cry based builds. Because it has that effect where it makes Battle Cries a little bit better, or it does something with Battle Cries. I don't remember exactly how it works or what exactly it does. So I've seen people be like, hey, you put this into your offhand and then you can do the thing with your main hand weapon and it's gonna be good. Which sounds fun, but it's definitely not something we'll be doing on this character, because that is the sort of playstyle that wants to trade hits, and we do not want to trade hits on a level 1 character. So I... Oh fuck, he actually cooked around that really well. I might die here. Oh, never mind, we go back in. I decided to take a risk on attacking there rather than playing it safe. Hello, friend. But yeah, look at this abundance of assholes. Even knowing that they're there, unless you're willing to do what I'm doing right now, which is like pulling them with throwing knives, if you're not doing that, even if you're trying to get them to attack you one by one, they still will attack you in groups. And this fucker comes down with a jump attack, as do a lot of the others. They can very easily overwhelm you. I think this is a very nasty first dungeon, is basically what I'm saying. And given its location, at least for myself and at least one other person that I talked to, and at least 2 people that I saw play this game for the first time, we all found this dungeon naturally fairly early on. Maybe not always literally as the very first thing, but at least in my case, it was the first dungeon that I went into ever. So I think for that purpose, it's a pretty nasty-ass dungeon. So now the ambush is on the right side rather than the left side. Hey, we got the backstab nade. Actually not so great, because it takes a while to get out, but his friend decided to just reposition weirdly, so not so bad. 12 strength, 9 dex. Yeah, so stuff like that isn't really much of an issue for 2 reasons. One being that if I two-hand my weapon, I have 50% more strength. I don't know if you know this, actually. I don't know if the game ever explains that. And I don't know if you ever were told this by one of us that actually knows Souls games. But if you two-hand your weapon, the game treats it as if you had 50% more strength. So since I have 10 base strength, if I two-hand my weapon, I can wield weapons that require 15 strength. Also, the damage is better, as though I had 50% more strength, so like the scaling is slightly better. I think one of the loading tips says that, very nice. This is a very awkward way of conveying this pretty important information, but go off, FromSoft, do your thing. Spiked says this might be good for runes from the Dragon Barrel Merchant. Got them for my strength art character I'm playing at the moment. True, I do remember those. I am. This is a bad complaint because I just asked for weapon suggestions, so don't take this the wrong way. I do not feel like playing fist weapons. I played like the Faith character that I was playing was using fist weapons and daggers for so long that I'm like, man, just give me something with a little bit of normal range, please. I don't want to just keep missing my swings and feel depressed, please. But yeah, that is definitely a suggestion that I should look into. That is a good question if that works on dual weapons, I have no clue. Also, ow, how dare you, I was reading shot. By the way, people hate these bosses, I don't know why. I love these guys, these are so cool to me. Like, this idea of this weird, like... I'm gonna call them, like, they look like Aztec to me, like this sort of statues or types. They're probably not, they're probably just some gothic shit. But like, this sort of like weird statue that moves so inhumanly, with some moves being weirdly fast and some moves being weirdly slow. It's so cool in my opinion. Like, that's such a cool, unique design. And then like they repeat that 50 times, so it's not that unique. But like, at least initially, it's such a fancy and unusual design for a fight in a Souls game. I was stoked when I first fought these. I was like, this is sick. Ow, I should have waited for the tower rather than going for it. You know what, I'll just commit, I think. Not now. Okay, now though. I also love their goofy animations. I thoroughly enjoy them. I don't find the ones with too much HP, but they're fun, very fun designs. Yeah, obviously, when like the stats are mismatched, it's pretty ass. But like most of the stuff about them, the way they move, the way they animate, all that sort of shit, is just, it's so unique. It's so neat, I think. That being said, that probably also is in part because I've just played a lot of Souls games, so like, while I do enjoy myself a good knight fight, like just guy with sword and shield versus guy with sword and shield or variations of that, I do love when they make unique designs that also make sense to behave weird. Like, if you fight an enemy that looks humanoid and is a bit of a knight, but they have weird attack delays and like awkward timings just to catch you off guard, that always feels a little cheaty and a little unnatural and shitty to me. But if you make a weird statue thing that moves in a very inhuman, hey, I'm a weird animated statue gargoyle type creature, and it like has weird speed ups and slowdowns in its various moves, then I'm like, oh wow, this is a weird fucking creature. I'm liking this is cool. I don't mind the weird attack timings and weird attack delays on those guys, but if you give me a normal dude to fight and they weirdly hold their attacks for an extra second just to catch you rolling or something, then I'm like, yeah, alright, dude. Very cool, yep, nice job, you got me. So like, I am a fan of them doing weird shit like that. Generally speaking. First try. Oh, fuck. I was not holding my attack yet, unlucky. I think I was in the right spot. Oh man. Whoops, what am I doing? Those too early? I moved terribly there, my bad. Boom. Fuck. I'm usually not that bad with these guys, but I am fucking up horribly. There we go. Sweep. Don't know if I could figure out some rapier or katana for this playthrough. I have not done straight swords in Elden Ring much. I have been using them a little bit on Hopeful Herald in those few moments where I'm helping Bango on his co-op playthrough, or in the more co-op-oriented playthrough. But other than that, I've not really been using straight swords, so that might be interesting. I like the Watch Dogs art design. It reminds me of the medieval, pre-medieval European art you see from time to time, which you look at and think, that's supposed to be a dog, that's just objectively shitty. Yeah, those like weird artworks where you see a bunch of dudes with like the weirdest facial expressions and like odd hats and that sort of shit. I think that's, if that's what you mean, then I know exactly what you mean. That is, that's actually a very good comparison, yeah. Also, hello, Gus, welcome in. Yeah, I think they look very just very cool and pretty unique design for enemies in a game like this. So I'm just naturally for them. We like the animations of the DLC. Spoiler, by the way, Bango. Thine eyes if thou art present. Oh yeah, that guy. I saw that video by Zolly, and it made me appreciate that fight a little bit more. Otherwise, I was a little like you were. I think you were there when I fought that guy, but the fight itself was a little lukewarm on at times. But the design and like the way they move and shit is fantastic. That is the thing, mind blown. Yeah, that will happen to you a lot when you learn more about this game. There's just so much. Period, actually. There's just so much. There's so much stuff everywhere and so many odd little things and interactions and shit. It's so very easy to just miss a bunch of stuff. For example, my first playthrough, I missed the cave that leads over to this island for a very long time. I saw this, like... I saw this island, I was at this coast, I was talking to this merchant and shit, I saw this island, I was like, damn, I can't wait to be able to go for the fucking island, I can't wait to go there, I'm sure one day we'll go over to that island must be really cool and important. And like, many hours later, while I was talking to this merchant again, I saw a message pointing to this cave entrance that I literally just missed. I literally just walked past it, I happened to not find it. And that was also pretty mind-blowing, like, oh, I could've just walked over there all this time, huh. There's literally just a tunnel right here. Unlucky, I did not know. Anyways, here's Bok again. It's the guy we found as a tree way earlier. And he's like, oh fuck, I went in there to try and get my sewing kit back and they beat the shit out of me. So buddy, don't go in there, they'll beat your ass up. And I'm like, yeah, don't worry, bro. I gotcha. I'll avenge you. Worry not. So this cave is a little weird. If you go in here without a light source, it's actually pretty spicy. Because these guys are often in little groups, and while they're individually really weak, in groups they can of course overwhelm you, and it's sometimes a little spooky. But if you do buy a torch or a lantern or something like that, you're gonna be fine, I think. I say getting hit a bunch, but we'll be fine. Watch cat, yeah. Cat boss just now until I remember it's called Watchdog. To be fair, I wouldn't have bat an eye if you had called it a cat. I would have known exactly what you're talking about. And until you both just talked about that right now, I never really put together that in my head I would have understood, yeah, that's a cat, even though the name is Watchdog. Like, I would have actually understood both cat and dog without realizing that that makes no sense. It's pretty good. Isn't this a guy that gives me a gesture if I summon him? I think it is. Let's try. There's an NPC that gives you a gesture if you summon them. I think you can also find them later. Was this the guy, or was that someone else? Nope, it's not him. Watchdog cat before I realized what dumb that was, hell yeah. So we get a bit of an ambush on one of the two boss enemies here, which is gonna make this a little easier. In general, having the guy around is quite nice. This is the guy you kill for the first Volcano Manor quest, right, nice. Thank you. I did not put that together either. Okay. Ow, please don't kill me, thank you. They moved away. Man, it's really crazy that this guy is summonable here. Look at how sturdy he is. He can just tank this entire room for such a long time. It really trivializes this fight. But I mean, it's not that interesting or like fun or even hard of a fight to begin with, so. So I always conflate him with the invader at the same location for the Colosseum. Yeah, that guy, I forgot what he's called already. But yeah, he dies so early in the game before he even gets to establish himself as a character. I also never realized that, oh yeah, still, anyone that's like not too deep in the game yet, spoilers. One of the guys that you kill for the Volcano Manor is the brother of Diolos, like the dude who's like childhood buddy we're looking for. The guy we met in Round Table Hold. The Hoslo dude. That also didn't click in my head. In general, that's one of the issues with a big game like this. Names just, like, become part of the soup, as dumb as it sounds. Like, it just... Oh, Old Knight Istvan. Alright, sure, that's just Old Knight Istvan, I guess. Who's that? I don't know. It's just the guy that you can summon here that you go kill or whatever. Like, unless the name somehow stands out to you or you have some sort of attachment to it, it's easy for them to just, like, become fucking part of the soup of all the names of all the fucking characters and shit. Godfrey was a joke, yeah, I don't know. For a large part of my first playthrough, I was convinced Godwyn and Godfrey were the same character, or Godwyn and Godric. Like, I thought they were just doing the thing where it's like, oh, it's a vague name translation, because, like, it's passed down through history, so who knows if it's that guy or that other guy. So I thought they were the same dude. Like, I didn't realize for a long time that there was actually a Godwyn that had been, like, murdered in that Night of Ass. I thought they meant Godric or whatever. I don't remember which ones I got mixed up. But the fact that their names are also similar, intentionally so probably, it did not help make this make much more sense to me. Yeah, I agree. I do mostly, as I'm playing them for the first time, I usually play completely blind, like not knowing any of the promotional material or whatever. And I also try to just read item descriptions and shit, and I will listen to NPC dialogue. But beyond that, I kind of just go by vibe. So I'll be like, this area gives off this sort of vibe, or like this feels like it belongs to that sort of thing. Like I connect shit based off of the vibe that an area gives off, rather than putting together some sort of lore timeline or database or making notes for the various NPC names and shit. I should actually try that if a new Souls game comes out. I should just try what it feels like and like how much it would help to just take like minor notes. Like, hey, here's this name, it's this dude mentioned in this context, and then seeing the names pop up repeatedly and seeing how much that helps me like put more pieces together and understand shit. Not because I think it's that necessary, I think the sort of like vibe-based approach works pretty well overall, but just to see how like much more that might enhance the experience or how much I'd get out of that. Isn't there another little upgrade shard down here? Or am I misremembering? I am misremembering. Alright, let's go and give Bok his tailoring stuff back. You're playing Seamless Co with somebody new to the game and this is exactly their experience. Yep. Like, oh yeah, did you give the ring to Raya? And forgot, I have no idea who I'm talking about. To be fair, especially with names like the sort of like amount of names, like I just said, that show up here and there and like, oh, this is this character, this is that character, and like, oh, this is the name of this guy. I find it really difficult to keep those in mind as well, and I don't really think that's... I know you're not like talking shit about him and you're not making fun of them, but I do find it unfair to like give him shit for not remembering the names, because there's just so many there's so many or so few things to connect with them. Comparatively, I think the whole like attaching that to an action or something that you did makes much more sense. Like saying, oh, that's Raya, the girl you met like in Liurnia in the pavilion or whatever.
I fear you. I don't blame. Why not?
I'll fly straight into him. This is me right here.
Decrepit.
Then we got names really confused. Yeah, so whenever the games, like the Souls games, do this thing where they decide at the start of the game to mention a lot of the plot relevant or history relevant or lore relevant characters, and they go like, oh, this is the loathsome dung eater, and this is like Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, this sounds sick, and like once the intro is over, literally all of those names are gone from my memory. They're all just like, they just get erased immediately. I could not have told you that Gideon Ofnir, the guy that's in the Round Table Hold that you talked to multiple times, is one of the dudes that was in the intro until his name showed up again in the very end where you fight him. I did not connect that the appropriate sort of way. Alright, fuck it, let's go kill us a dragon. I was gonna just run past, but we're here, so we may as well. Anyway, so here's a bunch of idiots lighting a big old fire to be like, hey, dragon, come eat us. And they succeed. So this is Agil, the Terror of the Lake or whatever. We're gonna bump his feet a lot, and he's not gonna love that. And then he's gonna fly out of bounds and reset, and I'm gonna be pissed. So Bango was fighting a dragon yesterday on stream, and I remember Turtle saying like, oh, he likes fighting these because the attacks are telegraphed, and they're pretty chill overall, and you have like multiple options. And I agree with most of that, except for the fact that I do not like fighting these guys, because I found them uninteresting after like the third one, and the game decides to throw like 8 more at you. And I'm just not about that life. So to me, while this is ultimately not a very difficult fight, I have previously done this on a level 1 character fresh out of the box. I don't find it enjoyable either. Like, And like, if you don't play it safe, there's always a chance one of the attacks hits you, and if it's the one that dismounts you, you might just get comboed and immediately die, or the dragon fucks off a little bit too far and they reset, or like, something just goes slightly wrong in some awkward way, and then you might have to do it all over again. And if your damage is low, like our damage is almost okay, I'd say it's a tiny bit low, but not like oh fuck, I'm in trouble. Okay, we got away with it. Like, if your damage is low and this takes a while, but there's a chance that some small thing goes wrong and you might have to do over. Oops. That was a little dicey, I didn't need to play it that way, but I wanted to try. Oops, I misread that attack, my bad. Little man, flailed stick towards giant dragon. Oh, that's the combo. So here's a pet peeve of mine, which is a very minor and dumb thing to complain about, and I'll be the first to admit it. I do more damage to this boss when it crumples by hitting it with a weapon instead of doing the critical attack, and I feel like that should not be the case. Now, ultimately, that's because my stats are shit and all that sort of stuff. Or is it? Because I actually have that a lot, where like something crumbles and you're like, oh, I can go get my crit, or I can just stand here and wail on his either weak spot or the easily attackable spot and do more damage than take my critical attack. So it feels like doing the quote-unquote right or intended thing is punished a little bit by you doing less damage, and I don't know, that feels a little nasty. No, I think you were wrong. The wings and the legs are the same. I think it's only the head that's the weak spot, which I think makes sense. It is fair. I think wings and legs are both very easy to hit, so it makes sense for them to take less damage. Hello, Crab. Why are you mad at me? Have you considered the giant fucking dragon that one-shot your ass? Goddamn, Crab. You know, I think most reasonable beings would be afraid of the creature that just one-shot a crab, who are like the demonic enemies of all living things in these games. But not me, I've been here before. I just almost died again, but it's fine. We chance those. Please keep flying away, dragon, and make this more awkward, love you. Dragon burned ruins, now containing a dragon. I fixed the lore. Thank me later, Voti. Bliss. Now properly containing a dragon. Dragon wants not to be contained. Goodbye, dragon. I had to kill it there really quickly before it became fucky, so that worked out. So we get his heart, which is nice. Let's see. I mean, the problem is not that there's a lot of names, but the names do not get anything to them. The characters themselves have next to no effect on you, and most of the time you meet them only once. Yeah, that's not true. It's just a very big game, and it's difficult, or it takes a while for them to interact with you, and give you things to attach to them. So it's not... You're not wrong because you're not very... Like, you're not all the way through the game and haven't seen all of the game yet. But it is, at the end of the day, definitely a little wrong, I reckon. Most of the time you run into enough people or things mentioning the characters, or you interact with the characters directly often enough, that they do actually get to become things that, like, have something attached to them. It's just that it takes a while, and for some of them, they don't even show up until later. Some of them only, like, you actually only meet once and then it's over. Some of them you meet, but you don't really get to meet them as, like, an important character that's relevant to keep in mind and, like, think about. You just kind of meet them and move on. And as a result, it's messy, and it will take a while for the characters to actually mean anything. So, again, not, like, completely wrong or whatever, but... it's a little weird. People were shaking Agil, not even turn around. Yep. Thanks, Miyazaki. Shit game. How dare you. Anyway, so we have a dragon heart now. We could go to that dragon shrine thingy that we just found on the island and learn dragon incantations. I'm not gonna do that on this character. Unless I have a really good reason to. There's not really much of a downside at all, but... I just don't want to. Anyway, so here's the portal that we that D put onto our map for us. The portal was always there, and you can find it pretty easily if you look around. I found it without being told by D, but we were told to go here because this is the I forgot what it's called, and this is where we find the guy who eats deathroot. This is the bestial sanctum, as I was about to tell you. I definitely don't know, forget what it's called. So I was just letting that sit there for a bit of tension building and stuff. So here we meet Gurang, I think is his name, who is the beast clergyman, and he likes to eat deathroot, and that's what we're gonna give him. So we talk to him, he says nothing. So we give him our one deathroot, and he's like, oh boy, Pog, give this to me, and I'll give you some shit. He gives us a incantation thingy, which is actually pretty good, and he gives us the beast eye, which is completely worthless to my knowledge. Or in my opinion, I should say. Which is a thing that quivers when there is a deathroot nearby. Now, what does that mean? It means that if you're in an area where there's one of these bosses that drop a deathroot item for you, like one of these things that we just fed him, there will be a message that pops up saying, hey, the eye quivers. Period. Like, that's what we just got there. It's like a detector for like, hey, here's the evil shit that you're supposed to kill. So in lore, it probably makes sense, and in lore, it's probably a worthwhile thing to have. In practice, it does nothing, because it usually quivers as you enter a dungeon. Well, you're probably gonna clear the dungeon anyway, right? Like, you enter a dungeon, you're like, oh boy, a catacomb, and then as you enter it, the beast eye is like, hey, there's deathroot in here. So like, okay. And if you're fighting or finding something in the overworld, I guess there's a bit of a chance to, like, be near one of those, like, boatmen that we were encountering earlier and not see them yet. So you might be like, oh, there's one of these bosses around. But it is a pretty low chance, in my opinion. And I don't think that happens very frequently, personally. But I might be wrong on that one. There's another bridge here. I think we're gonna go for the other one. I think technically this is the faster path to go where we want to be going, but I think we can go up here and around, and we'll find another one. In fairness, that's kind of handy in repeat runs if you walk into a dungeon and deciding whether... Oh yeah, right, that does make sense. Good shot, yeah. I have done very little New Game Plus, so I guess that makes sense, and I would not know about that very much. But that is a good point, yeah. This looks so cool. Just a random ass ruin with some fucking weird ass boner boy in it. Just hanging out in the environment, and there's more. Cool place in general. I do want to say instinctively that there is an item here that I wanted to get at some point. I don't know which item or why. So this might be something I want, or it might be something that I don't want, and I cannot tell you. But I do remember being here and going like, oh, I have to run through here to get the thing. There's a Knight Cavalry over here. We'll give it one attempt. There's a cheese you can do here, like a cheeky trick, to sometimes make this fucker jump off the cliff. If we get that, cool. If we don't, cool. We'll just move on. Hello, friend. I don't remember how to do those. But I think you do something like this. I think you kite him like over here. And then you do like a jump here-ish? No, I didn't find it. There's a ledge you can jump onto, and sometimes he follows you and jumps off the cliff. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna give this one try, and that was our one try, and then we'll just move on. There's a starlight shower behind me if you want the puppet from Salubus. Huh. I could've, like, I mean in general in this, like, barrow area over here, not specifically in this corner. I could've sworn there's more here. Maybe it's just the golden seed that I'm thinking of? That we already picked up? I don't know. But yeah, it's probably nothing too important. So we'll now just go past the guy. The reason we go take the southern bridge, or is that even southern? That's northern, isn't it? Or whatever. Strength scaling dagger. Huh. Oh, that location. Yeah. I remember now. Nah, I don't really care for it. It's considered pretty shit, to be honest. Yeah, I remember exploring there for the sake of exploring there and getting that thing for the sake of having all the things, but I also remember it being kind of shit. That's what Garang uses, yeah, until a later stage in time, Smile, which we will not go into any further for now. It does look neat, that's true. So I like this one. This is one of these rises. Like, there's always these little tower thingies. They always look the same. They always have the same sort of setup. Usually you go here and there's this little statue. However, this one is broken and it has a little booklet and you read it and it says like, find 3 YSBs to open this, or like some sort of puzzle like that. Or like sometimes you come in here and it's like, oh, locked by erudition, or you need erudition to succeed or some shit like that. And usually there's a little puzzle for you to accomplish. I really like this one because here the puzzle is like, you're like, oh fuck, I guess I'll take the spirit spring to go up here. Or you just take the spirit spring to go onto the building. Specifically, I think they want you to go onto the balcony over here. I think this might be the intended entrance point. It's a little awkward. But I do like that the solution to this one, as in like the intended solution, is to use the spirit spring to get in here. Which I think is really cool. Like, that's a very clever little way of doing. Like, it's maybe it's a bit of a fake out, maybe, in terms of like, you expect these to be a find the hidden thing puzzle, but instead it's a haha, be cheeky and use the spirit spring puzzle. Alright, Spectacles, it is 95-ish% spoiler free. We're doing base game and we're gonna be in base game for a very, very, very long time. We are occasionally mentioning things from the DLC, not like by name or not like, oh, can't wait to do the cool thing in the DLC again that I will now spoil to you. But there might be the odd mention of an item or a concept or something or a mechanic from the DLC. So if you're like 100% anal about spoilers, I'd say you should probably leave. But if you're like normal fine with spoilers, I think you are absolutely able to stay. Like, we haven't mentioned anything DLC specific in at least like half an hour or an hour, if I recall correctly. The main mention was like one weapon that was suggested earlier as like, hey, this is a weapon you should be using, Smile, as a joke. But like, if, like, I could see that being a thing where like, I'll just play it safe, so I wouldn't judge you for going like, no, I don't want to do that sort of thing. But in general, I would say this is pretty safe and pretty spoiler free. Definitely want to get enough of his spells for Banger to learn what his former name means for me to add a lot to what happens later. Yeah. In general, I think you, like, maybe it's just the way I discovered the game, but I do think they could have done with adding a little bit more context before that fight in general. Like, that fight definitely is enhanced by having more context about who he is and, like, the sort of shit that might be relevant. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, this guy that you used to know, yeah, he's actually a boss, get rolled, idiot. So, I don't know. That feels a little... Like, it doesn't feel bad, but it doesn't have that sort of emotional connection, or like that connection of like, oh, this is actually the thing, how cool. Yeah. I mean, still a reasonably plot-relevant character, of course, but... Just nothing super specific. I do find it odd how these plants sometimes take a century to load in, by the way, these lightning plants, the Fulgur blooms. Like, I literally was on one here and I couldn't pick it up because it hadn't loaded in yet, so like I do wonder why that sometimes happens. Anyway, here's an Erdtree avatar. I am usually comfy fighting these guys, however, this is one of the bad ones, and the bad ones I'm not so comfy fighting because they are cheap as fuck and I hate them, so we're not fighting this guy, especially not yet. Everything in this area is also like Giga level compared to us, which makes sense because we're level 1, but haha, that's not actually the reason. This is just a very late game area comparatively, so we're not doing this. I'm not killing that guy, it would take fucking centuries, so yeah. There's the parry gimmick item which you get from that area. The parry gimmick item you get from that area. I don't know what you mean, sorry. For instance, this area is a higher level than the endgame areas. Yeah, it is definitely. Oh yeah, we lost our souls and I didn't pick them up again. I mean, we have the grace, we can just quickly travel over and then travel back over here. Right, our souls are right here. I laugh in the face of danger. I don't know why I got all my souls, because we are indubitably going to die here. At least once, possibly multiple times. And I don't even have a good way of spending my souls right now, so I guess good luck me. So this is Fort Faroth? Hell yeah, I'm so good at this game. Fort Faroth is known for two things, death and having a really OP early game item that is surprisingly really accessible because there's 3 easy ways to Caelid, so most people that know what they're doing go here very early and pick up a really powerful talisman. Oh, I don't know if I know what you mean. Neat. I should check that out sometime. Anyway, so what we do is, I think we jump down, not here, get out of my way. I think we jump down here, yeah, there's a ladder. And then we go over here and we find a big rune item, which is a lot of money. And then we don't get hit too much because we have a YOLO. Are you kidding me? I got exploded through the wall. Bullshit. Shit game. Bullshit. I hate it. Very specific, I never got it to work in the first run. Huh. I genuinely don't remember what you're talking about, but I'll probably figure it out once we get later into the game. But yeah, so what was supposed to happen was not that. Instead, I was supposed to not get exploded through the wall, and instead move on a little bit, because like 10 steps further, we would have found a really good talisman. Watch me actually get poisoned on the ladder this time, and then absolutely mauled by the enemies upstairs. Pretty much the same setup, never mind. Lucky me. Let me do this. Some extra stamina recovery. I am pretty lazy about swapping talismans, so it'll happen a lot that I'm gonna be using the horse talisman when I'm not on horse and that sort of shit. So this time we don't have to go pick up the big rune item, so we can just make this jump immediately. The camera freaks out a little bit, which is scary, but it's fine. If your angle is correct, you're gonna be just fine. So here we got Radagon's Sword Seal, and it is a really good item, because it gives us 5 in all the physical attributes, basically. So like health, endurance, vitality, strength, and dexterity. The cost is that we take slightly more damage, however, especially at low levels, this extra damage is completely offset by the fact that we will have 5 extra points of vigor, which is the health attribute. So we are going to be wearing this, and we're probably going to be wearing this all game if I was to hazard a guess. I jumped down on the wrong side, whoops. Please get me over here, horse, thank you. We actually made it out of there without losing our souls, that's pretty pog. I am surprised. So next we want to equip a weapon like... I can use this. How much bleed is it gonna get? 69. How much bleed are you gonna get? 57. What should we be using for those? Maybe a curved sword? I can't wear the twin blade. Let's try Falchion. So we're gonna be infusing this Falchion with blood, so it now applies bleed. Next, we're gonna be equipping the Radagon Sorceal, which gives us, like I said, 5 in Vigor, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity, which is very, 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 very nice. That gives us over 100 extra hit points, a bit of extra stamina, a bit of extra equip load, and more options when it comes to damage and shit. Has a lance? Hell yeah. I thought you were a lance. I thought you knew. If you go to the... Yeah, there's a... I don't know if this interface is particularly good about it, but like you can see here we're at like 12% for the physical damage negation, 11 for Pierce specifically, and then some magic, fire, lightning, blah blah. If we put this on, you can see that we lose basically like 13 points-ish, like 13% of damage reduction. But I don't know how good these numbers are. I've never... This might just be me though. I am not the kind of guy to look at these numbers and take particularly a lot of value from them. I'm not gonna look at like, oh wow, I have 34% fire resistance, I'm gonna feel so good against fire. Like, I don't think I'll notice that. And similarly, I don't know how much I'm gonna notice this like minor amount of damage reduction for the most part. So I generally just tend to play it by feel. The exception being if I really stack something, like if I use the anti-fire talisman and I use a miracle or something that gives me fire resistance, and like I stack all of the things that I can do, then I might notice cumulatively how that makes my like fire resistance much better and how much less damage I'll be taking. Anyway, so this area is called Dragon Barrow, and that's for a good reason, because there's a big old dragon over here. It's pretty dead though, like sort of dead. And there's a bunch of other dragons. However, this one is basically just here. I actually know why it's here. It just hangs out, basically. It's gonna yell, which gives us a debuff. I don't remember where exactly you're supposed to hit it, so your attacks don't miss so much. There's a spot where you can stand, so it's not that bad here maybe, because there's a message here. Yeah, probably. So, as you can see, this thing has an ass load of health, so it would take us a while. However, as you just saw there, bleed is a thing. So if we, I'm gonna look down a lot because that seems to make my attacks hit better. Whenever we hit this like, what, 12 times or something, it's gonna fill up the bleed bar, and when an enemy bleeds, it loses a percentage of its max HP as health. So we can stand here and we can like slap this thing for a while, and we just had another bleed proc, so now it's like 2/3 or 2/5 dead already. And we do this for a little bit. It is probably very slightly better in the stamina consumption. The attack speed itself seems mostly the same. I don't know. I was hoping that like the two-handed moveset would make it a little bit easier to like hit the thing, because very frequently I have the experience that my swings just they keep missing. But at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. It will definitely not fly at you. Maybe if you're near its head it'll do shit. I don't remember. It's been at least a century since I last explored this before killing this thing. The ads will definitely do shit though, so like if you go around here, the other dragons will try to eat you, so that's the thing. But yeah, so what a lot of people do, myself included, when we make a new character, not only do we come over to Fort Ferreth over here and get the Sorceal, which gives us a very nice early game boost in stats, and for us it will be a thing we'll probably be using the entire run, but a lot of people also find a bleed weapon of some variety, most commonly that dagger that we got earlier, and they stand here and slash away at this dragon's tail until it bleeds to death. And if you kill it, and then you also pop one of these gold pickled foul feet, you actually get extra souls for it, like extra runes for it. And you might want to, when we're almost done with it, pay attention to how much we get from this, because it is a very, very, very powerful thing to do early on. Yeah, the other dragons are not great. I'm not a fan. They're thankfully not as strong as the proper ones that actually like fly around and burn the countryside and shit. Burn it, sorry. But, yeah. Not a big fan. Yeah, the debuff from the main dragon is definitely also gonna make this a little bit more spicy. So, next bleed proc will be the end of the big dragon. So, like, one more stamina bar after this. So we'll pop the gold pickled foulfoot to increase our runes gained. Oops, I'm looking too hard, my bad. Thought that was gonna be enough. Poof! So now he dies, as do his little buddies all around him. Most of them anyway, I think. So this gives us 5 dragon hearts, and in our case we got 97,000 runes from it. Now, if you do that, you get a lot of levels. You get to go to like level 30 or something right away, which is very nice. It makes building a new character from scratch pretty quick. Now, the reason I don't mind doing this for a basically challenge run is what am I gonna do with these levels? I am not gonna level at all, so yeah, these runes are not nearly as valuable for us. There is still some stuff that we can do, like buying stuff from various merchants, so we can like fill out some of the armor slots and all that sort of shit. But it's definitely not gonna be nearly as powerful and useful as it would be for most other characters. I'm gonna mark this, the map is over here, so we can go check that out. There's some other stuff. I don't think I want to be doing too much here just yet. Yeah, I think we'll just run through, grab the map. There's a bunch of good upgrade material up here, but I don't know if we really want that right now. I mean, I guess it can't really hurt to have. Like, I think over, yeah, up there is some good stuff. Down there is a circle of chairs that has some good items. I think there's something completely useless over here. Swander will be at Rune Level 1 plus Garciel, huh? Interesting. Don't think I've used that in this game. We might try that. Oh yeah, there's a guy here. A little scarab. Let's go and kill that. I think this drops like a +8 stone or something. How dare you? Oh my lord, I'm getting completely outplayed. Hey, let's find out if these can bleed, because we'll be hitting this a lot. Or it just walks off the cliff here, that would also be alright with me. Or I just miss a couple times. I am getting so outplayed. Off you go. Bye. Yep, it's a somber 8 right here. Now that sounds really good. The issue is that you can't easily get a somber 7. You might be like, wow, you can upgrade a weapon to +8 this early. Yes and no. There is some trickery you can do to get to +8, but the +7 stone specifically is actually really annoying to get early on. So it's actually not that easy. Seems to be the only colossal weapon you can really easily use in RL1 without any shenanigans. The thing is, in a lot of cases, as long as your weapon is usable during a boss fight, like you can use it with the by using the Flask of Physic, you're gonna be fine. Also, we just got a Somber Smithing Stone 9, so if we were to do some shenanigans and get the other materials that we would need, then we can really hammer the shit out of some sort of unique weapon. But I'm not too excited about that. I don't think we're gonna be doing that for now. I don't think I'm planning to rush a weapon like that. But yeah, with the physics +10 strength and or +10 dexterity, you can probably carry a lot of stuff. That being said, weight is also going to be an issue. I hadn't really thought about that until now. Some of the colossal weapons are really, really heavy. And I think I want to be on light roll. I guess we'll find out later. I think we'll just have to play it by ear. Like, see how quickly one might explode. Flamberge, innate bleed on the greatsword. True. Oh, hey dog. Goodbye. I exploded. Hey, I can pillage a corpse. Except I died. Is that even worth considering though without the arcane stat? Don't you need like arcane to really make the bleed stuff scale? I guess it's probably still good. Just not quite as good. Oh yeah, there is a cheese actually to get the Great Arsenal Charm. So there's an encounter down there, somewhere to the east, like by this large Colosseum. You have to go through the underground area and then up another elevator, and then you come up in a little valley and you can go over to that Colosseum, and there is a Great Warrior Jar, and it wants you to fight 3 Phantoms successfully in 1 life, and the Phantoms are usually, like, they are picked from player builds that have defeated the Phantoms, so a lot of them are a little bit cheesy and a little bit strong. However, you can fight cheese with cheese if you want to. There's a little cliff that you can hide at that the AI really does not like, so it likes to jump off the cliff and kill itself for you. But I don't think we need to be doing that right now. I don't even know how much the Arsenal Charm is going to be helping with carry weight, because I think it scales your... Like, I think it's a percentage increase on your carry capacity, right? And our carry capacity is going to be shit, so I don't know how much we actually get from them. But yeah, Flamberge is probably something I should look into. I was initially thinking more like lighter, faster weapons. Or rather, let's phrase it like this. I think I want, long-term, a light, fast weapon and a big I'm gonna stagger you weapon. Sort of like how we have the club for, like, the middle ground right now, because it does okay crumple damage as well, actually. But, like, it's a pretty light, pretty fast weapon, and I think I want a big one as well for, like, enemies that I want to be staggering a lot. So I think I need to be a little bit versatile long-term anyway, and, like, get multiple different weapons. Should go for heavy armor and shredding hits, that seems good. Yeah.
What has been how can I help?
Well, I mean, I know you're joking, but there's actually a little bit of merit to that, because the, I'm sure those have the Beast Repellent Torch as well. I might buy these just for funsies. You know what, we just got so much money, I mean, may as well run. Do we want some Serpent Arrows? They cause heavy poison buildup, sure, let's buy those. Could buy out a full stock of Serpent Arrows, let's not do that though. It is so tempting to just pull the trigger and just have, like, new info of them. Let's just buy 180 in case we need to poison arrow cheese some shit later.
Have a safe.
But yeah, you're joking, but the thing is, if I equip that ring that gives you extra protection when you're at full HP, I think it's like a 30% damage reduction on that first hit that you're gonna eat. And getting to full HP will always only be 1 sip of the Estus Flask, even if we're fully stacked out. So, the idea of occasionally trading hits under those circumstances isn't even that bad. Right, so what else do we want to do? If I notice there's some Morning Star, which started my strength arcane bow, might change of pace from clubbing. I might need to stop soon. Oh wow, it's been 5 hours, goddamn. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop soon. Let's try to make a dent in the Weeping Peninsula here. And see if I can maybe finish some of this off before we call it a day. Let's for now use this greatsword and see how it feels. Because the Flamberge will be basically the same thing, I reckon. So if this is cool, we might switch over to the Flamberge. I mean, I do want to give it a try anyway, just for fun. The last character that I tried to make before starting this playthrough, although it's been a while, is also a Strength Arcane build looking for bleeding stuff, so that is basically what I was going to do anyway, so if the level 1 build ends up doing that, that would also be alright. I forgot how good this sword is, goddamn. We do so much more damage than with this fucking club, and it's not even that slow. Also, with the way jump attacks work in this game, speed doesn't really matter that much anyway. But yeah, let's just see how good our lead will be with the Flamberge, and then if it's cool, we'll commit to that and... Or, well... I mean, when I say commit to that, it's not like we're gonna be that short on upgrade material. We'll find more, and we can always get more anyway. So if I end up making the plus 3 Flamberge... if we end up making a plus 3 Flamberge, and we end up not really using it, that's not gonna be that big of a loss anyway. main weapon for a lot of my first run. Yeah, I can see that. So I'm usually a straight sword boy. I like my straight swords. So I was gonna longsword on my first playthrough, but I went quality right off the bat, pretty much. And I felt like my damage was shit, and the longsword was kinda not great. And I ended up not enjoying it. So instead I did another really dumb thing. The first dumb thing was I was committing to my quality build because I was like, hey, quality build is sick for our first playthrough, I get to try so many weapons. And I committed to that, and then I made Godric's Great Axe because I thought that was kinda cool, and like, oh, it has that special attack for AoE that I ended up using like twice maybe in total. And in general, it's actually not that good of a Great Axe, despite the name. So I used mostly Godric's Great Axe for my first playthrough. I also used a mace or a flail or something with Sacred on it for like undead dungeons and shit like that. But yeah, my main weapon was definitely Godric's Great Axe. Anyway, it's time to go Great EP. Very nice. I haven't ever used any of the big thrusting swords, or great thrusting swords, or whatever the fuck they're called. That's probably fun. I do like the name though. It's very late in your great EP, rather than regular EP. I think that's all there is here. Did like to be able to try out a variety of weapons. Yeah, I did. Like, the thing about it is that just taking a weapon into your hand and then swinging it a little bit usually doesn't mean that much, right? Like, a lot of them just play like most weapons of that class. Oh yeah, right, it's this one. I forgot about this guy. So that guy, for no reason that I've ever been able to discern, turns into a rune bear if you kill him. I don't know why he does that, and I don't think Vati has ever told me, although you should really get on that. But yeah, that random dude there, if you kill him, he becomes a fucking rune bear. I was too late. Unlucky. I'm out of stamina. Double unlucky. He might, yeah, but like, why? He is, in fact, hacking. I agree. Yeah, the Revenant one I remember as well. I don't remember where he is. But I have killed that one as well and been unhappy. Although I generally tend to avoid killing any of the lobsters because I hate the lobsters. I am absolutely fine with crabs. My Dark Souls 3 experience carries me well against crabs. But the lobsters can fucking piss off. Yeah, fuck Royal Revenants, I agree. Thank you, Bearman, for killing the knight, but please don't kill me. Nice, I have time to heal now. Fuck you, you didn't kill the knight, Mr. Bear, please! The fucking... Aww, unlucky. I should have rolled into it, but I messed up slightly. Why not? Like, why Miyazaki? Yeah, I mean... Again, even if it is a mimic, someone put that there, right? Like, someone decided, yeah, this seems good, let's do that. So I think the question of why is still pretty relevant, just barely staggered you long enough. I did roll. The bear did catch me at the end of my roll. So I could have rolled, like, towards it to avoid it, but I did poorly. So it's not like I was staggered all the way until I did, but I don't know. That was hard. I do want a medium shield at some point, like a good one to actually block with. I would like a brass shield, but it's 16 strength if I recall correctly, and we're on 15 by default, so that's a little unfortunate. And I don't think we'll get an item that just allows me to always have 16. So I probably want to look for one that is either 15 or 14 strength or something like that. I'll probably do some research tomorrow about like which weapons and shit I should be using. Hey, another Herald Hut. Pumpkin nuts with whips can drop it, that's pretty good. I have briefly fucked with whips in, I think, Dark Souls 3. And I did not really... I mean... If I get one, I might put it in my hands and try it out, I guess. Flails, no whips. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. First try from Fort Height. Nice, very good. Oh my god, it's the arcane stat, dude. It helps you so much with your drop rate. Early arcane points, oh my god. It's so good. It's definitely not just RNG working out that way sometimes. It's purely the arcane build. Hello, person that shows up here and will definitely not die a tragic death because you're a Souls NPC.
Since come, I fear it's no lease. Would you mind taking my soul, please?
Would only work by not progressing his questline. Yeah. Doesn't the one on the bridge by the merchant, like in north of Limgrave, also have a flail, or is that one a different one? Like the one, this one on Saint's Bridge, that's what it's called. I think that one has a flail as well. Yeah. Sometimes the game is like that, it's very nice. That one has a hammer? Oh fuck. The Flamberge is in Fort Height, right? I'm remembering this correctly. Or at least in, like, Weeping Peninsula. For some reason my brain places it here, but I'm not entirely sure where. Tragically dying due to being a Dark Souls NPC, you mean killed by a player? No, actually. That it would be a pretty funny one as well, I'll give it to you, but no. It's in Redmane Castle, nice. No, wait, Redmane Castle, oh, oops. I thought it was here. I guess it's not that hard to get to once we've progressed a little bit. That's ass. I was hoping it would be like that there would be a weapon like that, somewhat easily acquirable early on, so we can actually upgrade something for a little bit. As dumb as it sounds, even though like I'm using the weapon right now and I'm generally enjoying it, I kinda don't wanna upgrade this Lordshorn Greatsword because it's probably the most basic bitch everyone uses this ever weapon. Like, it's good. It looks fine. Bango is using it. But like, I kinda wanna try a little bit of something different maybe if I find something cool. So by guy in Weeping Peninsula. Yeah, I know where as well. Hey, the Bastard Sword is here. We could only two-hand that one, but that might also be interesting. How does it actually compare to the one that we have? We can't compare it directly right here, right? It actually has 5 points more of strength, or of damage already. It's totally different if it has a different name, even if it's basically the same moveset. Don't worry, I'm cool and unique. In general, like, one of the things that makes you cool and unique in life is picking a slightly different Dark Souls weapon. Might also get an Iron Cleaver from the Misbegotten, which the game describes as fairly large. Nice, yeah. It is fairly large, they're not wrong. Fairly large is definitely the sort of text you would not really expect in an item description. Yeah, Swander is sold over here, I think, by the dude on the coast. Yeah, it is very slightly better. I think it has the same moveset. Let me give that a try. We'll definitely not be shot by arrows a lot. That was the crouch attack, the first one there. So that's that, then we have the wide sweeps. Crouch attack was just the overhead as well, right? Yeah. It's the sprinting attack, it's the side sweep, or the good old spin. Spin is always nice. Bloody Bastard Sword instead of blood. Oh, that is neat. I don't know why, but that tickles me, that's good. Bloody Bastard Sword. It seems like it's exactly the same moveset. That's the spin. Crouching attack is the same. I mean, may as well use the Bastard Sword in that case. We can turn it into a Bloody Bastard Sword as well, just to be fancy. Probably has a slightly rune strong attacks or something. It has a thruster overhead rather than a sweep. Yeah. However, this one seems like it is exactly the same, unless I just missed something. But from this brief bit of testing, it looked like it was exactly the same shit. I'll also grab the Zweihander and swing that around a bit, see what that looks like and feels like. So there's a Deathbird up here, I know this, because I had to like try a couple times killing it the other day. I dislike Deathbirds. Don't think I'm gonna kill it. We can probably not... I was about to say we can probably not use any of the Hex shit anyway, and then I realized, you know what, Rich is probably the best class if you want to be low level and have access to both Hexes and Incantation, both Sorceries and Incantations, so it would probably be the class to try and do a low level Hex build. I love how quickly these die right now, man. I can't wait to use the teleporter to go to the fucking... to Landel and, no. Oh, good. To use the teleporter to go to Landel and fight the golem with 8 billion HP for no reason. Got some great arrows, though. Oh, we can maybe grab the Claymore. Is that here? I could do the Claymore. Man, the Claymore is a classic. That one has the thrust, if I recall correctly. An armored leg one. Maybe, yeah, actually. But it also just has insane HP because it's like Landel level rather than Limgrave level. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go in here and grab ourselves a Claymore, see if we can use that one and how it looks, feels, plays, that sort of shit. Let's also put on some more. Oh, we're on medium roll. I say, I didn't even realize. It's not a big deal. Do these maybe. I do think the chain is a little underrepresented usually. Sure, let's do this for now. We should probably also put on a hat maybe. Can't see should Captain. Yeah. It looks a little weird, doesn't it? Oh well, we'll go with it for now. How do I wanna... I'll probably go up here first. I think we pull some of the dogs from downstairs if we do this. Smithing stone. Did not pull the dogs from down here. I think I still have one cookery. Hey dickhead, come over here. That is a lot of damage, holy. Yeah, nice try, dog. Yeah, nice try, dog. Oh, these heavy attacks? Ah. Oh, I thought I timed that correctly. Nice try, dog. So I went through here not super long ago and I missed something, so I had to go through a second time. Let's try not to do that this time. Aw. Almost got out of my second time. Oh boy, I poised through the first hit, so the second one killed me before I could roll away. Unlucky. Okay, so heavy attack might accidentally make me poise through shit. Gotcha. Not great, but we'll deal with it. I should probably also pull these rather than trying to fight all of them at once. Let's do a thing that makes sense to do. I like doing things that make sense to do. Let's give you a thing. Aha. Things are good. This gives us more total damage, doesn't it? Like, this should be a little bit more in total, so let's see how good this feels. Which skill did we get again? Is that this one? Yes. Sure, let's do that. That might be fun. And see if that helps us with the horde of idiots up there. I didn't send the elevator back down. Fuck, that is a terrible thing. I'm usually really good about doing that. I'm very disappointed with myself. chainmail is so weird. The idea of just like, hey, how about we put together a billion rings? It's just like it's pretty ingenious, but it's also like so weirdly basic. But also like so much effort and like I don't know, it's weird, man. Okay, dude. Rolled. Allow me to get my stuff back. Yes, you're looking at me. Please come over here. Let's have a chat. Hurry up. That's not that much damage. It was like, what, 90-ish damage per swing? Maybe they're good at... Maybe they're good at magic resistance. Maybe this is not actually a good thing to do. A lot of the time I think that the, so in later stages of the game, usually having your damage split between two elements is not great because it needs to go through, like your damage then needs to go through both of the damage resistances. But in the early game I thought it was usually pretty decent, since enemies tend to not have great resistances early on in the game. But this is not good damage. I think that we did slightly better damage before. Like with the different infusion. If I die again, I'll give it a try. Old Fang, shame. I was hoping for a fairly large cleaver. Dickhead. I threw that guy's legs and hit the other guy behind him. Man, this guy is just like me for real, for real. It's like when you play a shooter and your friend takes point, they're like, oh, I'll go in first, don't worry. They go in, you're after them, like you're going in second, and then the enemy misses your friend and shoots you instead. Even though you're the guy going in second. That's what happened to this guy. Like, the guy in the back was just like, man, you were supposed to, like, guard this place. Like, why did I get hit first? Poor dude. Right, big boy. Come over here. Let's have a chat. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Oh, that's the headbutt. Follow up. I didn't remember that you headbutt. You know, 151 for a jumping attack on this guy is actually... Oh boy. Actually not so bad. Oh, 8... I am a little annoyed that that roll caught me and that he didn't stagger from the jumping attack because it was in a fairly girthy animation. Alright, let's try the other infusion again to see if it's better. I didn't end up using the Ash of War yet, so I'll stay with the Ash of War, but I'll go to like standard. And see if the pure physical damage is better. $168. We were on like 200, right? Like it was 99 plus 99 plus a tiny hint of scaling in both attributes. Oi, get. Yeah, this just does slightly more damage. Huh, fair enough. Hello, friends. Let's do a little dump thing here. They headbutt me, that's, I mean... Oh, almost had that roll, that would have been so good. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get the follow-up. Not quite death. Almost death. Bad. I hate these guys so much. Don't yell at me, dickhead. I didn't do anything. Okay, that's literally not true, I'm sorry. But like, come on. Keep it civil. Hello, knob. I rolled up. Hold on. Oh, that attack is so slow, and that is also so slow. I can't deal with this help. Wait, if I go that way, there's dogs. Hello, other misbegotten. I hate the big ones. I don't know why they are the way that they are. Well, I mean, it's all or nothing. So let's go and do gaming. Yeah. That was so fast, dude, compared to all the other shit he does. I got very lucky that staggered him. I was trying to go behind him with that jump, but I messed up. Alright, cool. Time to accidentally step on the fire and just immediately die. That'd be very funny, wouldn't it? I would think that would be very funny. I'll also try not to make it happen, so that when it does happen, it'll be extra funny. So, welcome to my no-hit run of Elden Ring. We're still in the early stages, but there's still plenty of instances where you can get hit, so this is the Claymore. I'm so good at this game. Right, Claymore. Slightly bit more dex. Oh, God damn it, England. What has happened with Brian? Same weight. So I think you only have the thrust on the one-handed side. No, you have the thrust on the two-handed. Let's go, dude. And not a good sweep attack ever. Oh, the crouch attack is a thrust down. So we don't have sweeps on you. I guess the sprinting is the sideways one that works okay. Let me... Yeah, so the one-handed moveset. Wait, why do I have 16 strength? Oh, because the flask is active, right, that makes sense. So yeah, the one-handed moveset is what I would like to use, because it has the, like, side swipes and it has the thrust, so it's pretty versatile. Backstab might be sweep. Oh yeah. Neat. Oh well. Let's use it for a bit and see. Oh, it comes with this skull. What the fuck? Absolutely defecated upon. Man, I'm wearing chainmail and I'm using a claymore. This feels like one of my very early days in Dark Souls 1. This is good times. Very nostalgic. Although the chainmail doesn't do the funny clinking noise that it does in Dark Souls 1. I'm gonna just go up here and pretend I didn't see that there's 8 million people fighting each other. Try not to get hit by too much rain. True. No hit run is ruined. Isn't there a guy here? Like an ambush? No? Yes? No? No. So this is just to go onto the main path over here. Let's see if there's anything that I'm missing right on the side. I think there's an item at the end of this path, but there's a lot of ways to get hit here. There's an item over there as well. I think I need to go now while they're still busy with each other. Oh, the other one caught me from behind. Man, I had to finagle that so hard because, like, I needed to sprint in a circle there to not get hit by the other dude because his tracking is so good on his jumping attack. But then the other one immediately did a good jumping attack from behind and just caught me on my ass. Unlucky. We were doing so well. I do love that you can just, like, sheath weapons in this. This looks so good when sheath, doesn't it? Oops, I should send this back down, because I will inevitably die again. I hope I don't die until I get my stuff back. Greetings, guys. How's the fire these days? Hope it's keeping you comfy despite the rain. I am just be going right through here, don't mind me. I am not a bother to anyone. Bye. Wait, my souls are up here. Like when some dumbass is sitting on you, my souls are up here. Anyway, I think there's something at the end of this path. Steel wire torch, right. I died. Unlucky. They perfectly staggered that to roll catch me twice in a row. Unlucky. I could have probably just killed them, but I'm being lazy. I'm reaching that point where I can't be arsed to fight them. Because it's a little slow and a little tedious. It's not a good sign. The steel wire torch is not the one that makes the invisible ones visible, right? No. But yeah, it's this one. I was considering using that on Herald, that's why I had that in my brain. Because I was gonna be the torch guy, I was gonna just like fight shit with torches only. But then we actually ended up having to kill some stuff where we had to actually fight. That was pretty difficult, so I ended up using real weapons. But I still wanted to be the torch guy for a bit, so I remembered getting this. Because I think it's slightly better in terms of raw damage than the normal torch. Torches are actually not terrible in this game. You can upgrade them too. And there's different ones for different elements. There's even a sleep torch, which is cool. There's also a madness torch in the oops, never mind. I didn't say anything. There's definitely a sleep torch though. Torch only solo one run, let's go. Nope. Thank you, but nope, it's not happening. Torches are not on solo one, but I would not generally be against the idea of like using torches as a main weapon in one of these playthroughs. Shield only, I did that at least part way through Dark Souls 2. Again, shields are also a weapon that are underestimated. Shield bashes are pretty good, like they do a shit ton of stagger and they come out fairly quickly. You have to be careful when you use them because for some of them, while you're attacking, you are still blocking and that will eat your stamina like crazy. So you can actually screw yourself pretty hard. Oh wait, we have a tool for this. Get out of my way. Aha! Fuck you, flying git. She's gonna survive our weapons in this game. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, they are underrated, definitely. Yeah, there's a note you can buy from one of the merchants that's like, hey, on dealing with flyers, or gravity versus flyers or some shit. Or notes on gravity or something weird is the description of the note that you buy. I've hardly ever done that myself because, weird though it may sound, I've not really used much gravity magic at all. Like, it's just not a thing I usually end up running. Not out of, like, disliking it or whatever, but just because it just happens to not be a thing I usually do. Ambush ahead. Be wary of ride. Thank you, guys. Bonk. Bonk. I kinda do want to go downstairs and finish off the downstairs bit while we're here. That ladder brings us to an area that we've already been, I reckon. And there's an item still to grab. Or we do that later and we just finish this off first and talk to the guy. Yeah, let's go talk to the guy first. I might actually stop when I go talk to the guy. It's been 5.5 hours of stream already. I am probably do a bit of a stop. So the way to progress is over here. It's a point of no return too, which I always thought was a bit mean. "24-hour stream, let's go." As in, the next stream will be in 24 hours. I'm not sure I can promise that. I have a couple things I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll be around at this time, or I'll be like functional and available. Gravity release a ladder to escape. Yeah, so bats are just pretending to fly. There's no flying enemies in Dark Souls generally. It's like the vortex. Not quite, but it's a little like the vortex in Vermintide that the storm Blightstormers summon, where it's just a grounded enemy that needs to actually like use stairs and ladders to go from point A to point B. Or like can only jump off at certain points. That's climbing a ladder is very amusing to me and feels exactly like something from Software 2. They should, yeah.
I'm Edgar. You can
Hello Edgar. You're a very important character. I really care about you and your tiny bit of a storyline that you have. Here, have this letter from your daughter, I think. I'm sure you'll, like, find her well and happy when you meet her after having fulfilled your duty. You know what, fuck it, let's full send and like clear this initial area before we go on. Loved how Bango actually believed that. Yeah. Sweet summer child. I don't know why he believed that either. Like, maybe it's just my cynical eyes telling me that that setup looked very, very much like, hey, this will go tits up immediately. Like, even outside of the Souls context, just the idea of like, hey, here's this woman who is outside of a war that's happening slightly, like, nearby. I'm phrasing this horribly, I apologize, my brain is not very functional anymore. But like, she's nearby a big old war or revolution that's taking place, and her father is in the war as like a commander or general of some variety. And she sends him a letter like, hey, please no. When has a story like that ever just ended in, oh, don't worry, my dear, I will quickly finish this war and then we'll live happily ever after? Like, that's just such a typical setup for a little, like, war story or whatever. Yeah. It's the positivity we'd all love to see in the world, I think. Sweet summer Bango. Speaking of, is he actually streaming, by the way? He said he was considering doing a bit of a stream a lot later. But maybe this is already like a lot later rather than just a little later. Just watching them mill around for a while, hoping for them to actually climb while getting previously. Yeah, I can already visualize where you spotted them as well without even knowing. Like, I have a pretty good idea of where you were up a ladder with bats down the ladder. I'll just move out of the way right away because there's slime dropping from the ceiling. The classic. Hello. I think there's an ambush to the left here. No? Oh, guess I was wrong. Hello, guy. I hate you so much. I remember that last swing being kind of fast, so I was ready for it this time. That was too early. Okay, he's staggered there. Goodbye. Big head. No one likes you. Isn't this tower kinda ass? I remember this being the sort of thing where you're like, oh, I'm climbing up the thing, there's gonna be something awesome upstairs, and there's like one smithing stone. And it's just here for the purpose of, hey, there would be a tower here, probably, it makes sense. I might be wrong, there's a chest here. No, it's the Twin Blade Talisman, never mind, it is actually something special. Good. What was Twin Blade Talisman again? Oh yeah, right, that's, like, makes the last attack of a chain better, doesn't it? That's so awkward, like, so oddly specific. Don't think that's gonna be particularly good. I don't think I've ever used that. Wherefore art thou? Better for things like great swords because it's fewer attacks on chain. Yeah, they also stagger fairly reliably, so you might actually get to the end of the attack chain. It's kind of specifically bad for twin swords with their long attack chains and lighter individual hits, yeah. I do wonder how much they were thinking about, like, oh, this weapon type would be really good with this attack type, or this type that it buffs with the talisman. Like the, oops, that was really close. The curved sword talisman being a buff for, like, guard counters. Is curved sword really the weapon you want to do many guard counters with, specifically? Like, not that I'm saying, like, oh, it wouldn't be, but, like, I don't, in my head at least, necessarily would make that connection, you know? I wouldn't be like, oh, I have a curved sword, let me do a lot of guard counters. Thank you, wide sweeps of the bastard sword. See, this would have been a lot more awkward with the claymore. Much as I like the claymore and the thrust attack, it might be more useful overall for normal PvE stuff to have the sweeps. Might have been a better talisman to increase each successive hit in a combo. Yeah, that would make sense. That's why with 3 attacks, because I R1 a lot. Longer combos would actually get pretty fun. Yeah. Plus other tiles like GG, you had 3 attacks, have a damage boost for a few seconds. Yep. I do find a lot of those sort of talismans are a little bit too niche and a little too... like... they don't have many good use cases. Like, they're probably good in specific scenarios, but they always feel to me like the sort of talisman you'd only ever be using in a specific setup with a specific build. Like, you're fighting a boss and you know, hey, if I just get barely enough damage in this time frame, then I will kill it or something. So, like, you'd be using a talisman for a specific setup like that or a specific purpose like that. Wait, don't I have the thing equipped? Ow, it headshot me, unlucky. Come down here. Also, alright, DK, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice second stream. I'm still going for some reason, but we're almost done. So, get comfy while you can. Warmer than fuck here. Yeah, it's not great here either. Oh, I almost jumped on top of that. That would have been unfortunate. Yeah, it's really warm here and the humidity is like 900%, so it's just death, basically. Not gonna sugarcoat it, it's just not good. Oh, that attack was much faster. I thought you were gonna take a lot longer to get ready. Nah. Oh, there's more in that chain. I didn't remember that. Hey, remember what I said earlier? I felt fairly like comfortable fighting crabs. It's not doing shit that I'm dealing well with or recognizing. So I guess I'm getting to eat my words here. Thank you, camera. I want to be up close and personal with Mr. Krabs. I pressed the button though! Okay, whatever. Don't have your weapon reach, increase the damage boost faster. This is what you get for crab talking. Crabs, yes. That. I think they do, but like it's still roughly the same amount of time and the same amount of like benefit that you get from it. But yeah, I don't know. More variety than anything else, yeah, I can see that. Alright, let's not fuck this up this time. I blame the camera. Also, my reflexes being like minus 900%. Get rolled, Mr. Crab. Found a crab in Starfield was one of the few creatures that made me go, fuck. Yeah, understandable. Crabs have that effect on people, and other things. Wow, 15 fire arrows, thank you. Straight stats which are pretty used at higher levels anyway. I thought Turtle meant stuff like the, hey, you do more damage, two-handed or whatever, like the, or more jumping attack damage. At least that's what I interpreted from that. Or the favor talisman with its percentage base boost and whatever. Right, if I got this tiers of damage boost and not just one, which is more or less what I was thinking earlier, so yeah. Yeah, that part I actually think is kind of neat, because it encourages you to really lean into it. But even if you don't get a full chain off, you still have some sort of benefit. So I think that's pretty well done. It was 4 times faster than me. Actually felt like it was bugged at 600% speed and they attack in groups. That sounds like a great time. Alright, it's boss time. I'm gonna die. I'm bad at these guys for some reason. I never learned how to fight them properly. And unless we get really lucky and can just kill them really quickly, I will probably eat shit. That hit me behind him because I rolled a little bit too early, so it was still active, unfortunate. Grr. Ooh, that's staggered. Neat. Ah, I rolled early, but I got a second roll in. Heavy attack. Nice. Oh, he does 2 sweeps on the stamp move. Unfortunate. Nice, we got the crit. We get the... oh, we have a backstab, unfortunately. Oh well. It's probably still fine. We get to heal. I rolled early. That was not good. I rolled early again, but we didn't get punished this time. Oh, that was such a delayed attack. Unlucky. I needed to know that that had that sort of timing. Hello, what's the percentage boost you want? Yeah. Flimming by going to a planet sitting on a slide rock and just sniping dumb ass wildlife that understand fuck all. I arrive a new planet shoots on dumb cow sky clumpfist and there's 6 crabs spawning me in Benny Hill mode. Unfortunate. You pissed off the wrong nature, Yod. Gotta be careful. Sometimes you run into a crab and fun time is over. There's the NPC I could summon. I don't think I've ever done that for this fight, but I don't think they have any dialogue or whatever in this. Hello. Oh, I missed. He missed too. They're both really good. He has awkward timings and good hits though, and the camera is on his side as well. Everything is stacked against me. Still I prevail. Aw, the double sweep. Ooh boy, that didn't hit. I thought he was gonna stagger. That delay, at least the hitbox was generous enough this time. That spins twice, I can't roll into that, I forgot. As I did that, I was like, wait, that's a bad idea. Oops, oh. I am bad at timing. I just want my stuff back, please, sir. He was blocking the... like, the path to the interaction box. That's a bit mean. He's trapped there for a sec so we can grab ourselves. Hello. Bonk. Bonk. I rolled early, we got away with it. I do not roll into that because he swings twice. We're learning. That was lucky. Very generous. That delay on that attack will be the end of me at some point, I'm promising. I get the front step this time for a tiny bit more damage. Nice. Got to just R1 him down there. That wasn't so bad. If this guy had better stats, he'd be an actual menace. Like I said, I'm not great at fighting these guys. Right, so having done that, let's quickly go back up and talk to the dude man guy up here and tell him the war is over. If it was less easy to flinch. Yeah, that's kind of what I guess that's not literally just the same as having higher stats, I suppose. But yeah. Definitely. I mean, I did hit him. Sorry about that. I did hit him, there we go, with a lot of heavy attacks and charge heavy attacks as well. And those, like, staggering or interrupting him makes sense to me and is fine. But the normal ones should probably not consistently stagger him. Yeah, no, I was more thinking in the sense of like, oh, doing X amount of someone's health will stagger them, which is not how this works. It kind of feels like that's how it works, but it doesn't, so... I was just being dumb. I didn't mean poise as a stud, so don't worry, it's all good. Was Nate trying to be cheeky? Ow. They are trying to be cheeky though. Was browsing the DC Comics wiki. Okay, sure. Why not? It must really be warm in DK land. Someone's knocked a takedown of an entire people into a character's nodes. What the fuck? I'm not clicking on that malware link, nice try. Very good. Come on, please. Please, mercy. Piss. Nice try. Fuck. Average experience on the SC2 ladder right there. Man cuts deep for absolutely no purpose. Very deep. Nice. Picture is just him throwing a garland and yelling opinions, or not opinions, onions. Alright, fair enough. Me getting forgated. I don't know. It's hard to tell these days. Weird though. Look at what you've done, DK. Every man is suddenly on high alert. Their attack doesn't bounce, they can't be mutalisks. Hey guy, I killed the guy for you. Yeah, the war is over. Don't mind all the fighting still going on and all the people that are literally dying right now to the point that I'm getting souls from them dying in the background while we're talking. Don't mind that. We're fine. The war's over, dude. Go home. Go see your definitely alive daughter and all that good stuff. That is a wide stance. Look, man, he has nothing to hide, okay? He knows his job and he's here to do it. Goodbye, dog. Special delivery. Goodbye, dog. Thank you, physics. Thank you. Good man. He's trying to sneak a poo past of massive battle hemorrhoids. Man, I don't know. That must be a shit thing to be sitting in the entire time. Like the fucking battle armor suit that you can never really take off or never really properly move in and stuff. Can't really shit talk a man that struggles under that. Anything under the elevator? Not on this one, no. Fairly rare in Elden Ring, actually.
How could this be? My daughter default life. I choked.
Yeah, your daughter died while you were in the war. Wow, who could have seen this coming?
Rest assured. The foul will hunt them. Rest assured.
I rest assured that you will be the Revenger. yeah, I agree. That was my limited Starfield experience as well. Right, so I think I'm going to fucking call it here. I think I am going to just call it a day and be like, yo guys, that was a stream, and this is now no longer a stream.